I have a GM question for you guys.
Yeah.
How much do you enjoy when the GM of a game peels back the curtain, so to speak? So like last session for whatnot when we were doing the dreams and whatnot, and I made the remark saying, "Oh, Josh is gonna wish that yada yada." Stuff like that. Do you think that breaks your immersion because now you have knowledge that you wouldn't normally have, or do you like kind of having the curtain slightly peeled back every now and then? Because I've thought about it, and I'm not sure what the best way of doing it is. If it's one of those where keep the sort of behind the scenes details secret until like the end of a book, and then if anybody has questions about what would have happened if this and that happened, and then just go over it once the book is done, or do it kind of like we're doing it now, where we just kind of whenever. But I didn't know what your guys' thoughts were on that.
Anyone want to stab first? Okay, I will. Actually, Matt Colville put out a video, if I'm not mistaken, about this very topic, and he kind of changed my original thoughts on it because I used to be the kind of person that was like, "Ooh, I don't want to see that side of the screen." There's a screen for a reason. But with time, he talks about like one of his biggest things is preserving like not just the integrity of the game, but like that shared belief in this world that you're creating, making sure that you don't shatter that illusion. Obviously, on some level, we're all aware of the fact we're playing a game. But he talked about really clever ways of peeking behind the screen in ways that add credibility or believability to the game. Like verifying that, yeah, no, according to the book, you guys had to do this or it could have fallen apart, kind of thing. Things that when you peek behind the screen, it adds agency into the player's hands and helps create that feeling that they're crafting the story. He says that's the best time to use it, else pretty sparingly.
Yeah, because another example would be like when you were in Nava's tower and you had like the unseen servant. Like technically, you would have had no way of verifying if it was an unseen servant. I came out and told you once you kind of questioned that that might be what it was, but it's one of those where it's like I could have just let you ponder it until like the end of the book, and then you could have been like, okay, hold up, what was with that tower, and then I could have told you, or just tell you right in the moment, be like, yep, that's what it was,
I
type
think
of
I
a
think
thing.
like anything, there's not a golden standard, but it goes back and forth. Like I remember, minor spoilers for Rise of the Rune Lords. I remember back when Sarah was first running it, and there was this really cool backstory for a horse. And she was all like, "Y'all are never gonna learn this. You're never gonna know." And I think it's the same kind of thing that we had in Iron Fang Invasion for the one hunter wraith, um, or whatever he
Yes,
like.
Kelloch.
Kellogg and the links. We're never going to learn about that. No realm in any capacity is our characters in world ever going to come across that information. So sometimes breaking the fourth wall for the sake of adding depth to the story, I think that kind of stuff is acceptable too, even if you characters wouldn't technically know that kind of thing. That's just
Going
my two
back to
cents.
the unseen servant, Jason, would that have shown up if we had used detect magic?
You'd have known that there was a magical source there, but you would have had to
Identify it.
Roll
you'd have
knowledge
had to.
arcana?
Yeah, the problem is that since it was moving around, when you tried to detect it, like after a round or two, it would be like out of your vision. So you'd have to keep changing where you were detecting. Because like the first time you detected magic, and I think it was Gideon detected magic, and he like is like, oh, there's an aura there, and then he stepped forward a little bit, and I think I said that he noticed it was like a conjuration aura, and then by the third round, the thing had just like moved past him, so he would have had to start all over with the identification process because it takes all 3 rounds. So that's the only difficulty with figuring out exactly what it was.
Sing. Well, I feel like from a GM perspective that I've been very loose with what I've shared for Rune Lords, and usually it's been after we end the session and I'll go through and say things that I changed or things that I did. Because I, especially early on, when I would change things from the book, I felt guilty. And I felt like I needed to divulge that to ease
Hmm.
my guilt. And looking back, I think that only made things worse. I think that only served to heighten my anxiety as a GM because if I made a call and if you guys were like, oh, that's not how it works, then I look bad. Whereas you guys would never have known that that was, the way I
Right.
did something. So, like, I've kind of purposed that moving forward when I GM, I don't want to give away too much of the mechanics of things. But if there's story elements, by all means, like I would share that outside of the session. But I don't want to go over like combat decisions that I made or tactics or things, because I think that just makes me, I don't know, makes me more anxious.
I think the other thing too, like to that end, there's some stuff like technically creatures that have grapple and constrict, their best choice is to grapple, constrict, let go, grapple, constrict, let go, grapple, constrict, let go, and that just doesn't. Although mechanically that's the best choice, like that doesn't seem like how that creature should be run, and I think those decisions really ought to be left behind the screen and don't clue your players in, because they might second guess things like like you said, it might come to bite you depending on the situation. Although I think mostly, like anything, it depends on the table you're sitting at though too. Like I think, for example, like our Rise of the Runelords game at this point is a lot more casual and a lot more kind of laid back. Most of us have some GM experience too, and so there's a different energy compared to different games. And I think that that's also something to consider. What kind of game are you running?
I think my favorite behind the curtain moment was in actually Eye of the Storm, when I think Justin asked how much acid damage did I take, and Sarah's like, "Oh, 1d3 acid damage." It was really fun. Remember that? Yeah,
I do remember that.
That was funny.
Yeah.
I think for me personally, I try my best, and I know that we all have at some point had metagamed ourselves as players and being in situations. And I think sometimes if we get too much information from behind the screens, it could influence us further by our actions. So like knowing, I guess, we could have assumed in especially situations with the nightmares that Kieran and Jessup had those nightmares, but then you queuing in. And then I think especially them telling us that they were your favorite write-ups, it would influence us further as to like, right, if one of these things escape and we don't die, I'd be like, I know mechanically Keep Watch is going to be the best option, so I don't get stuff, but I want to know the story kind of thing. So I think those can be good ways to entice a player, but I think it could negatively impact the immersion, because you could force players to do different things. But I think things like the Unseen Servant, which will have little to no impact on the story itself or the mechanics or anything, I think that those are fine to kind of give little breadcrumbs and just kind of cool insights. But some of the bigger things that can have an overarching metagaming kind of experience, I think sometimes I would just be more, don't tell me, maybe like Sarah says, after the book or after it has no relevance in the story anymore, then go ahead and share it just so we can see. Or like, oh, you killed that's what you wanted to kill the wyverns, and then knowing it doesn't have an impact, be like, oh, if you would have saved them, this is what would have happened, and if it had no impact, it would have been like, oh, okay, I guess not. But I just think it can impact too much, I think.
Yeah, and to that end, though, it's also a tool in the kit, just like anything else. Because now, I, as a player, literally am incentivized to have Gideon have a lapse of judgment and not have Keep Watch cast on him, because I want to know what his nightmare was.
But now we're in a situation where our players, we want to do that, but in our sips, like, why would my character want that to happen to them? Like,
right. That said, I do think like it's one of those things that if you have something that's just enticing enough and you really want to make sure your players do it, peeking back a little bit to encourage them in that direction is not terrible. I mean, we're telling a story together, at the end of the day. And if you really wanted that story of it beat to happen, if everyone feels that way, then I think that's just a fine way for the narrative to develop that doesn't, to me, betray any integrity to the game.
Yeah, I think you can go ahead.
I was going to say, one thing that a lot of the podcasts that I listen to do is have like a session outside of the game where they discuss things like this, like story beats that you wouldn't get otherwise. And I like that idea. So I've been toying with the idea of doing something like that for our next campaign, which for now is
it would be interesting if we did that, Sarah, to your point, like maybe save everything so we have an interim session where we're not really playing, but after a book have one session where we're just talking about a recap of the session, things that we would have missed, just kind of talk about thoughts and feelings.
I think one of the really important things to concern about that, especially when it comes to quote-unquote metagaming or story beats, is your characters live in this world, you visit it once a week, right? So your character might respond in a really intelligent or clever way that will take you a week to think of, but that doesn't mean that's not how that character would have responded in the moment. It just means that because you're caught off guard and can't think of a reason doesn't mean that, having some extra time to... I sometimes will write pre-written scenes that I imagine might come up for some of my characters, even if they never do. Stuff like that I think is a good tool to use, and a session like that could allow some of those, hey, heads up, I think I'm going to have Kieran talk to Gideon, by the way. He's going to pull him aside, just so you know, these themes might come up. Prep what Gideon might say to that. I don't think that's bad storytelling. I don't think that's breaking the narrative. I think that, if anything, is encouraging, especially players that struggle to act in the moment, some more opportunities to really develop a response that's in character.
I agree, because I think we as players... We play characters that aren't like us in real life, and I think, like, if somebody who Jessup, who's overly charismatic, I like to think that I can come off witty, but there are probably times that I'm going to be caught off guard. But Jessup, I don't think as a character would be caught off guard, and then it totally can break the immersion in the story. But I don't think Justin gave his opinion, and I'd like to hear.
Yeah, I want to hear Justin, and then Jason was going to say something too. I know we're just going off on a long tangent here, but I'm enjoying the conversation, so as long as everyone's there, here's for it.
I want the GM to keep me in the dark constantly. I want to be afraid of what's happening, not understand what's going on around me,
not
be given any context for anything. That's what I want.
I don't know if Jason had anything to say, but that's a sick segue into where we're at right now.
Yeah, sounds like you want to play Delta Green.
yeah, basically that's what I want. I want my character to be in a constant state of perpetual fear.
My favorite thing when I first read the Delta Green intro handbook, it says, by the way, the book lies, like the game lies, and I was like, good God, that's terrifying. like tell your players that this is built on deception. I was like, oh my gosh, as I'm reading through the handbook, I'm like, good God, this is terrifying. I'm looking forward to it. I'm actually running small enough, so I'm running a practice session with another group of friends, so assuming that goes well, I'm looking forward to breaking it out with some experience under my belt before I bring it to this table.
Nice. Yeah, don't bring that weak stuff to this table.
Yeah, no, we don't got time for it. We gotta bring our A game.
Yep.
Yeah, I was going to say at the end of the conversation at some point, I was going to segue into the peeling back the curtain on how I'm going to kill Jessup.
Well, and I was going to say, I've had a week to think over what Kieran's going to do, and I still don't know.
I have no idea.
To do.
I have no idea, man. I Dying Light 2 came out not too long ago, and I stayed up multiple nights in a row because we had off from we had snow days, so I just stayed up playing video games. Yeah, it was great.
Of course you did.
Oh,
Yeah.
It was amazing. 100% 10 out of 10. Do recommend if you were a big fan of the first one.
We'll consider it when it goes on sale.
Okay, so how does Jessup die, Jason?
Indeed. Well, I believe we left off last session. We can do a quick recap here. So last session, you guys had returned... Oh goodness, where did we start off last session? You had returned to town by last session, correct? Or were you still in Novice Tower when we started?
We were still in Novice Tower.
Still in Novice Tower. So you guys finished up exploring Novice Tower. Not a whole lot going on there. You had seen hints of some sort of maybe combat that occurred, but there were no readily hostile entities for the first 2 floors, really. Until you got to the top floor, you found Nava, who was insane, suffering from schizophrenia, and you were able to save her throughout the combat using some creativity, dimension dooring down, getting the Skelter hide, bringing it back up, putting it on her, then casting Restoration after the fight, and recruited her to help out the town. And then on your way back, you encountered a bunch of doppelgangers who were looking like the Rangers.
I'm sorry, that's where we picked up. We picked up right by the Rangers. They had just, turned or whatever. They had just attacked us with the fireballs. That's where we picked up. Sorry.
Gotcha. Well, regardless.
Yeah.
You fought the doppelgangers. Wasn't a terribly difficult fight. You guys took some damage, but nobody was really on the verge of death from it or anything. Made it back to town and found that the Rangers were actually still alive in town. It seemed that none of them were dead or anything. But one way or another, these doppelgangers seemed to have found the means of gathering information or stealing their appearance. And I think maybe only 1, maybe 2 days passed after defeating the doppelgangers, and you were fortifying the town. Jessup actually did some investigation in the meantime, and he actually found the bodies of the advisors who had gone missing. They were hidden away in a back room in one of the warehouses of Seneca Volstadt. And he found them along with a bunch of communiques from the Iron Fang Legion that were coordinating various activities. And all of you guys kind of put your minds together to come up with a plan to see if you could sabotage the Iron Fang Legion with these communiques, give some false information out there. Rolled a pretty phenomenal natural 1 on the linguistics check. But there was still a chance that they failed to hit that DC. It's an opposed roll. I've already rolled it, so I actually know what. There's actually 2 separate rolls. I rolled twice. You can, yeah, we'll get into that. But there's definitely a chance, even with, I think it was a 17 modified, there's definitely a chance that they could fail. Both rolls could, in fact, fail. There's a chance. It's a low chance, but there's a chance. So we'll see what happens with that. But I think it was the second day that you were back, perhaps, you encountered, you didn't really encounter this, but 2 of you had the bad dreams. And I think it basically put both of you out of commission the entire day until Hursk and Gideon came over and kind of gathered Kieran and Jessup to try to figure out what was going on. And at that point, a little bit of narrowing down occurred, and you did some investigations and found that something had been in Jessup's room at one point, and you remembered that the mayor had mentioned having fairly regular dreams or nightmares, so you went to talk with him and then investigated his manners, see if anybody had been in his rooms and so on. And then that is when you told him of your discovery of the dead advisors, and he had requested to go and recover them sooner rather than later so that a proper burial could be planned out. But on your way from his manor to the warehouse, you made it about halfway there. It's pretty dark out now. 2 creatures ambushed you from the rooftops in an alleyway not far from the infamous well of Long Shadow. And things went pretty bad pretty quick. Their aura of fear caused, I think, so Kieran, Gideon, and the mayor to flee in terror. Drop everything, flee in terror. Which left Hursk and Jessup in a 2v2 battle, which is kind of like a 2v1 battle with Hursk just firing arrows into it. And it is the top of round 6, where we jump back into this. At the top of the round, I believe last session I had this guy, I had the red bugbear ambusher 5-foot step up or something. Whoops, I moved him onto the wrong square. He 5-foot stepped into position and was going to do a full round attack on Jessup. Jessup does have displacement, though. So we shall see if I can actually hit with any of these.
Hopefully not, for our sake, I guess.
I don't know. I think it'd be cool. Have a couple of them attack. A couple of them hit.
Into that smooth transition to combat brought to you by Sirenscape.
Amazing
I hope you have death tones queued.
I do have this.
I was about to say, if I'm going down, I want the Wilhelm scream.
Okay. So, 3 attacks against Jessup. The first attack, I don't remember if you were in total defense or anything, but
I have been total defense, I think, from top of the round or top of the
I don't think a 21 is going to hit.
No.
Second attack, the iterative, very low to hit on this one. That is only a 17, which is not going to hit. And then the offhand dagger attack. That one might... Yeah, that one should do it. 29.
Yep.
So we have to roll a 50% miss chance. And again, I roll a 1 to 50 and miss. A 51 or higher will hit. 30.
Oh,
So that is a miss. So that is the red bugbear's turn, bringing us to Gideon. Gideon, to remind you, you are still under the effects of their aura of fear,
Yep.
which is 60 foot. So technically you are just within range. So technically you would begin your turn fleeing, but you'd get like 5 feet and then you'd be out of the range of the aura. So
Okay.
But this well is providing total cover.
Only if it was
See,
repaired.
yeah, if it had been repaired, then it would have. But because it hasn't been repaired, no.
Darn them.
Well
Okay.
done.
Do-do-do-do. So, how does that work, I guess, as far as the fear effects go? If I have something that can remove fear, will that allow me to go into the aura? Question mark, or no?
It depends on what the effect is, probably because this is a fear effect, but I don't
Okay.
know exactly what you're talking about there.
It's the custom magic item, unfortunately, that you and I made.
The item that does the thing I asked if you could cast and you specifically said you couldn't?
Yeah, that thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Could I go ahead and do that, please?
Yeah, so this is... So yeah, you can go ahead and use that ability.
Okay, so as a standard action, he will cast an Assuring Rose, and I think he has to pull it out as a move action, so it'll be his full round anyway, and he can
Okay.
5-foot step out of the way, that's fine. But this is a divine artifact that Gideon has had since the beginning. It's appeared once or twice, but I forgot one of its special abilities is that he can cast Remove Fear. So, pull that out once per day, and that's my turn.
Okay. And let me just read to make sure that does. So once per day, the wearer. So standard. So you have cast it. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And that ability gives a morale bonus, and if you're already under the effect, it is suppressed for the duration.
Yep.
Okay.
So for 10 minutes.
Okay. Yep. And it doesn't say anything in here. It doesn't seem to act like a light spell where it has to be of higher or lower level than
Nope.
the effect. So you are good.
Yep. That's what happens when you read your character sheet and remember your abilities.
I know, right? I
Yeah.
was for some reason in my head I was like, he's got to have
I-
this.
I do. Yeah, I was so mad at myself, but live and learn.
Okay. So that is Gideon's turn. That will bring us to the other ambusher, who likewise will 5-foot step into the flank and is going to do another full attack with flanking and sneak
No.
attack.
No.
These are the ones that we want to hit.
No.
First attack. Oh, that'll do it. That's a 30 something, 32, 34. With flanking, it's a 34.
Just beat my 25.
Nice. Iterative attack with the lower to hit. I don't think that's going to do it. 11 plus 7 plus 4. It's only a 22 that's going to miss. And the offhand attack is a 26, which will hit. Okay.
Just hits. So 2. So
Okay, so that is going to be 2 d20 rolls.
no, I'm fine with that.
2 d100.
I'm sure it'll be under a 50.
Roll 2 d100.
Jason, we'll even let you add them together.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
Oh
shit.
my goodness.
How?
So
How unfortunate.
Clutch.
that is a 20 which will miss the concealment, and a 35, which will also miss the concealment because these creatures don't have true seeing, and scent doesn't help, I don't think. I should probably look that up to make sure scent doesn't help, shouldn't I?
No.
No, I
Would
wouldn't. I'm not sure it would really make a big difference. I personally wouldn't worry about it. Just one of those.
I cannot conceive of a situation where it would help. And I don't immediately see the word displacement in any of these paragraphs, so I'm going to stop reading and say it doesn't. So, that
That's
is
quality
both of their
GM right there.
turns. Which brings us to Jessup, who unfortunately is still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't show your cards. How do you feel about kicking back the screen? How about creating us versus them, Jace?
Yeah, I know, right?
So Jessup will free action. He'll drop his Inspire Courage. I don't remember if it was lingering or not at this point, but still gonna be lingering or not going on. Jessup will. He's gonna move, but beforehand, and I did talk to Jason earlier, and Jessup's going to kind of retcon a little bit because he wanted to kind of RP with these schmoes. So just visualize he's been talking throughout the combat, so probably between last round and this round. It's just what just happened recently just makes it a little bit more better for me. But Jessup will kind of look at one of them. Doesn't matter, both of them. You two seem to be struggling to take down just one old guy. You know, I'm stubborn, just like the people here of Long Shadow and Nirmathas. As my illustrious comrade would say, I shall not falter. Just a 5-foot step in this round. You may plague my nightmares, but I am not afraid. Now prepare to quake in my defiance. And then he will start Dirge of Doom performance.
Okay.
Dirge of Doom.
And give
So
them
does that
the stink eye.
Does that make Inspire Courage not linger anymore?
Correct. It didn't matter if it was lingering or not, but it's gone because I started a new performance.
Yes.
Yeah,
you
so-
swear.
Getcha.
Inspires
and he-
dread in enemies.
So he will 5-foot step, move action, start Dirge of Doom, standard action. He will still total defense, like a fiend.
What language are you saying this in?
He will, knowing that they're bugbears. Well, I think the one. Did he hear the language they were speaking in when they originally cast Suggestion?
The one that cast Suggestion had said so in common.
Okay, so I guess he would do it. Jessup would do it in common. Speak this and so I guess the allies can hear it, attempting to bolster them as best he can.
Okay.
We just hear him like cursing out in common, and we're like, yeah, go Jessup.
Okay, sounds good. So you begin a Dirge of Doom, and that does not have a saving throw. It's just instantly shakens enemies within the range.
Assuming that they can be affected. Yep.
Okay.
As long as they're within a 30-foot range, they are shaken.
Okay.
So-
Noted. And is that your whole turn?
Yeah, because total defense is standard as well.
Okay.
So I'm exhausted. Actually
Sounds
fatigued,
good.
but
That brings us to Hursk. Hursk has been whittling away at Blue, but Blue has been annoyingly healing his hit points.
So Hursk is gonna cast a spell.
Oh,
Ooh.
spell, you say?
Yes. Aspect of the Falcon.
Okay. The
Which-
dreaded spell.
I will get the +1 to my attack because I don't have Inspire Courage
Yes.
anymore.
Yes, so the bonus to that spell will apply. Yep.
And now my crit range is a 19.
Yep. And yeah, so I think that one, your crit range is 19. You get a boost to perception and
Yeah,
a +1, right?
correct.
Okay. All
And-
right, standard action, cast a spell.
That's it.
Okay.
5-foot step, and that's it.
Okay. That brings us to Kieran, who on a 2-dimensional plane is within the aura of fear, but is also 30 feet up. So technically, you're fine for now where you're at.
Okay.
Yay, Pythagoras.
So
The almighty Pythagoras.
The almighty!
Pythagoras.
This is unfortunate positioning because I can't
Just
get
fireball
them
right here.
both. Yeah.
Do it! Do it! Jessup would want you to do it!
No.
She doesn't know fireball. Don't even worry about it. It's not a lightning spell.
I don't use fire spells.
No fire spells.
I don't use no fire spells. I will use my breath weapon on. Actually, wait. Can I only use that if I'm shape shifted?
What's your range of your breath weapon? Or are you using it on the house you're standing on?
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
Frighten the civilians inside.
I'm gonna kamikaze. I'm gonna go dive bombing in.
Yeah, you don't have to worry
Alright.
about fear if you're in the house. You can't see them.
Yeah, I didn't Google the right thing. I won't look it up. I'll just use lightning bolt instead. That's 120 feet, so I should be able to get one of them. And the one that Hursk has been shooting is blue, right?
That is correct. And
Okay.
yes, so I don't have it on the map, but there are dancing lights, I think it was.
Yeah,
or
I
a
cast
whole bunch.
dancing
There's
lights.
lights. There's lights in places, so even though it looks dark, everybody can see just fine.
Can I keep those up while I'm doing other stuff?
I believe so.
It's not
1 minute.
concentration, I
Okay.
believe.
Yeah, I don't
Cool.
think they say concentration.
Okay,
But
cool.
you have to dance the whole time to keep them up.
I don't think that's in the spell.
Yes, yes.
It's just a disco ball.
It's a disco ball, yeah.
I will cast lightning bolt on blue.
On blue, you say? It would be a shame if blue had evasion.
That's what I'm testing out here because I don't know.
Okay, reflex save, you say?
Correct.
They definitely have a very good reflex save, so we'll see. That is a cocked die, but it was almost a 20. That is a 22. 22.
Says
Yes.
that would be 20 points of electricity damage.
20 points of electricity damage. You cast this lightning bolt out at the creature, not sure if it's going to affect it at all. And the creature does seem to yell out in a little bit of pain, as it seems to be somewhat affected by the spell, even though it passed the save.
Okay.
Nice.
How much was that you said? 20?
20.
20.
Yes.
Noted.
And I think I will 5-foot fly. Can I go one more forward, or would that be in my?
Probably.
Okay, I'll stay. Actually, no. I like my little perch on this chimney, so I'm just gonna stay there.
Okay. Sounds good. That brings us to the mayor, who's going to step up here. He's going to, go flat against the wall because he can't come in sight of the creatures or else he'll be panicked again. And he's just going to yell out to Gideon, and he'll be like, "My apologies, I don't know how useful I'll be. How are things going? I dare not look myself."
That's all right. You stay there. I'll say.
Okay, that'll bring us to the top of round 7. Red is going to delay, which brings us to Gideon.
Nice. Finally, he can do something like double move back to combat. Currently not affected by haste, or am affected by haste. I forget.
There has
I
been no haste
Yeah, I
casted.
don't think
There's
that
been-
ever happened.
No.
No buffs
Double move,
whatsoever.
baby. Double moving into
Good old
combat.
Okay.
40-foot movement.
Double move to be within a move away.
That's
Okay.
right. Then I can charge, though. I can charge.
Yeah, next
with
round.
the weapon you don't have in your hand.
That's correct. It's right here.
Yeah, you will have to pick that up, won't you?
Yep. Which will cost 2 more move actions.
Well, it would be like a 5-foot step, and then you could move action pick it
Yeah,
up, and you'd
because
have a
it is-
standard, but you wouldn't be next to anybody. So
Standard action, throw it at the enemy.
No, I could cast a spell at least. But yeah,
Sure.
it's
Yeah.
Bone shaker.
Okay.
Bone Shaker. Yeah, that's
That
what
will
we're
bring us to Blue, who is going to study target Jessup going to 5-foot step in and ready.
Ooh, yikes.
And then red will act, moving in. So now 4 attacks. Blue will make 1 attack. Red will make all 3 of his attacks. They've both studied you. They're both flanking. So the shaken will cancel the flanking. So it's just their study target bonuses, basically. Okay. First attack. Let me get off of the mayor's stat block because he's doing nothing.
Aw.
That is a... Ooh, I don't think that's going to do it. I don't think that's... Because that's a 24. I don't think that's going to do it.
Just missed.
Yep.
Dirge of
The
Doom.
iterative...
Yeah.
Actually, no, that was Blue's attack. So now Red's attacks. That will hit with a 31.
Well,
The iterative with only a 22, which will miss. And then the final offhand attack is a 34 because of shaken. So
two
potentially
attacks
2 hits. Again, we will do the 2d100s. Hopefully I can roll above a 50 one of these times. No?
again. Oh my
Oh
gosh.
my gosh.
I rolled
That
a
is a
6 and a 38.
Oh boy.
So
It was
once
just
again,
a speech. It was a speech.
the displacement kicking in there.
They are
Okay.
shook.
Let me move them into the
What round is this,
appropriate
Jason, of
initiative
combat?
order. This is round 7. I have to sort it so it's in the right initiative order. Okay, that will bring us to Jessup now.
Jessup is going to delay.
How dare you? Okay,
Unacceptable.
that will bring us to Hursk.
So I guess, well, because the start of my turn, I guess what he'll free action, drop the performance, so it'll linger, and then delay for the rest of the turn.
Okay.
Hursk is gonna cast another spell.
Ooh, he's gonna cast Aspect of the Badger.
Gravity bow.
Okay, he's
Oh,
really
yeah.
he's
Oh,
really
yeah.
going for it now.
Listen, the first 5 rounds, I couldn't hit him, and then when I did hit him, it didn't do anything. So I gotta buff up.
You
Yeah,
did
dude.
some.
A
It
lot of
wasn't a
buff.
ton, but it was
Not a
some.
lot. Not a lot. I gotta buff up here.
Okay. All right.
Um,
So this is your standard action. You
5 foot step there.
Okay. That will bring us to Kieran. Once
Okay.
again, I would advocate for Fireball.
So what are the rules with panicked? Can I move into the area and then just I would have to flee at my next turn?
Yeah. So the moment, the way that I'm running this, the moment you got back into their aura and were within sight of them again, and you could see them, it would be like one of your nightmare flashes would occur again, and you'd be panicked and you'd have to move back out of range. So you cannot go within 60 feet of them, basically.
I cannot go within 60 feet of them.
Not if you are looking at them. I would allow it if you are closing your eyes,
Okay.
but that would give them concealment, and so you wouldn't be able to
Right.
target them with anything, except for
okay.
area effects. You could do area effects.
I'm okay with that if that's what you're allowing.
So I don't think that's actually by the rules, but it makes sense that their fear aura would be based on vision.
So here, I'll just give you a peek behind my curtain.
It's not appropriate.
Not appropriate.
This is why we have to have explicit content now, Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Sarah.
Yeah. I forgot where I was going with that.
So did we.
Okay. I want to essentially dimension door in and then immediately next turn dimension door out.
Okay.
Because I was thinking if I dimension door in, that's my whole turn. So I'll be panicked
Yes.
next round, but then I can just use dimension door to get out because I'm panicked,
That
Sure.
is the case.
Correct.
Yep.
I'm
Okay.
not sure.
Good thing
the
you don't have dimensional
merit-
agility.
I'm not sure the merit of this plan.
I'm trying to get Jessup out. I want to grab Jessup with my next dimension door. But
Okay.
if I'm panicked, I don't know if I can do that or if I would just dimension door myself.
it could be fun for you to roll like a mischance for it. Like you're trying not to look at anything, and you're kind of like flailing your arm trying to grab him in a hurry.
Why did
and
you
it's
just
like,
roll
Grab one of the bear bugs.
Why
you
did you just
grab
roll
one of
against
the
my own
bugbears
turn?
and take them with you.
Take it with you up to the room.
That would be so funny.
And technically speaking, I think by the rules you would have to roll displacement because you have to touch him.
But I have permanent truce.
I don't think you do. I don't
I
think we
do.
agreed on that.
I do.
Agree to disagree.
Well, rats.
Yeah, because I think
Can
the
you-
concealment from displacement would apply to this situation.
These creatures are flying, aren't they?
They're like hovering slightly above the ground. Like they're functionally on the ground, but because they have a perfect fly speed, it just looks cooler if they're
Oh.
doing like a Sith Lord hover or something.
Bummer. Okay, because I was thinking it'd be really funny to like dimension door straight up with them and then just drop them. But if they can fly, then that's dumb. Oh,
That one's uglier.
bummer. That's doesn't help my plan at all. Rats.
Still do it.
Yeah, no, because I would have to roll a mischance, and we know how I roll in those.
Well, can't go worse than me. I've done what 5 in a row here.
Yeah, I will now. I will now use my. See, I can't remember if my breath attack is when I have my claws out, because I know that was the thing with Nyari. There were a lot of things she couldn't do unless she was
Well,
raging.
Even if it is, it's a free action to get your claws out, so it's not like you wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about that, so I'm just going to do it.
Yeah,
I'm going-
I don't think they would have. That's a needlessly odd restriction, I think, for them to have put on it. So I don't think that's the case. So
Yeah, so this is an 80 foot. 60 foot. Would I still be able to hit him 60 feet? No, because I'm not within 60 feet, so I have to do it.
Correct.
Sorry, this is the longest turn ever. I will just do another lightning bolt. So look
Okay.
at that damage. Nice.
Oh,
Which
so
one are you
it'll be
hitting again?
15 on a save. Blue.
Blue. Okay.
Yeah,
We'll see.
15 on a save. 30 on a fail.
That is a very low roll, but it still succeeds with an 18, so they barely pass.
Was that with
Yeah.
shaken? I don't know if that affects those or not. I don't remember.
Shaken, that might affect spells.
Shaken.
I mean, by spells, I mean
It
saves.
should.
It does.
Let me look at shaken real quick. Let me look at
Because I've got a little thing next to my reflex save because I'm
that.
shaking
Where are
right
you?
now.
Shaken.
Shaking in
Minus
your
2
boots.
on attack rolls, saving throws, skill checks, and abilities. And you are not good aligned, correct?
I'm not good aligned.
So they don't get protection
I'm
of
evil.
good,
Evil aligned.
which means that their 5 plus 13 becomes an 18. They don't make it a 20 because they don't get the protection from good. And shaken would actually make it a 16. So, yes.
Oh, nice. So
That dirge. That dirge.
30
The
30
dirge.
sparks damage to you.
Indeed. Ouch. It angrily growls in your direction and will consider how to modify future tactics.
Nice. Okay.
That brings us to the mayor.
At you.
Gross.
The mayor is just going to chill, which brings us to the top of round 8, and we
Yeah.
have Gideon.
Gideon is finally going to do what he had wanted to do earlier.
Attack.
Run away.
Not quite attack yet. He's gonna go ahead, 5-foot step, move action, pick up his weapon, and then cast Shield Other.
Ooh.
Okay, yep, you
I'm
are.
I'm gonna
Kieran?
interject there because
On Kieran.
he delayed.
On Jessup.
Oh, okay. Jessup would have gone at the.
Literally, Jessup is just going to have the performance linger 5-foot step total defense, kind of give him
Okay,
the stink
okay.
eye,
Yeah.
and just say, "What? Can't you hit me? Come on!"
But yeah, go ahead and give yourself a +1 deflection bonus to AC and a +1 resistance bonus on saves, and you will only take half damage from all wounds and attacks.
Because I already have a ring of protection, I will
Yeah.
not get that +1.
but
yeah,
the
so-
deflection, yes or no? Oh no.
The ring of deflection, no. The cloak of resistance, also no, if you have that.
Jessup does now.
Okay.
The ring of
So
deflection.
the half damage is what you're looking for, basically.
Yeah, that's the important part. The rest are just kind of bonus if you don't have them already.
Turns out Jessup didn't put on his ring this morning.
And you spent the money to propose to everybody in the party, so they all have a ring.
Yeah, he specifically didn't. We made fun of him for it.
Yep.
So he's got like 4 wedding rings on his hand now.
Yep.
Well,
Yep,
3.
yep. Three
wedding.
bands for the party members. Yep.
Can you give one to Titan? Can you have? Can
Wearing a toe ring. Don't like it.
I don't know.
Like
Is it no ring?
That doesn't work. The magic doesn't work.
Yes, it does.
We
Put
said
it on
it.
his toe.
No, if I remember correctly, this is not doesn't take a magical slot, so technically you just have to be in possession of the ring. So I don't.
Oh no,
Yeah.
he's just wearing it on his toes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I don't even.
Titan's one creature, so technically you could give it to Titan too eventually, right?
Yeah, because you don't have to
Yeah.
wear it; you just have to have it on you. So like,
I like
Well,
it
no,
better
you-
when I
you-
picture Gideon having a bunch of wedding rings.
You do have to wear it.
Oh, where does it say that?
Because it says in the components, a pair of platinum rings worth 50 gold pieces worn by
Ah,
both you and
worn.
the target.
Yes, it does
Yeah.
say worn. So yeah, I guess it could
Okay.
be on your toe though. That's fine.
Toe ring. Toe
Technically,
ring.
you have to use a magic ring, a magic item to be able to wear rings in your feet slot.
That's dumb.
That's
Regardless.
dumb. That's
So
stupid.
that was Jessup's turn. This is now. So that was also Gideon's turn. I will move Jessup. I'll just move him to the top of the round then, because it doesn't matter if he's at the top or the bottom. Okay, that brings us to the creatures. Yeah, they're not making a lot of headway with Jessup. And now that you're coming in, they are going to move. So blue is going to move over here.
Ah!
Red is going to move over here.
Ah!
And they are both going to take 1 attack at Hursk.
My. Better than Jessup's.
That is going to miss with the first one, and the second one is a natural 20, which will hit.
No.
To confirm,
No.
that is a 28.
That confirms.
Ooh, and these are ×3 critical too.
Ooh. Tasty.
They are not, unfortunately, able to flank, so they don't get their sneak attack, but ×3
Nope.
critical still.
Still good.
Nice. Nice.
Nice.
2 1s and a 2. Nice. So that is going to be 19 points of damage.
Ah, my toe ring. You said 19?
19, yes.
Are you wearing sandals?
Yes.
Flip flops?
Yes.
And it is your turn.
Ah! I don't want to back into a corner, but you're going to make me back into a corner. I 5-foot step back
Okay.
and shoot at blue.
All right. Roll your attacks.
I have to decide if I want rapid shot or not.
I mean, obviously.
Uh,
Why wouldn't you do rapid shot?
Deadly
I'll
aim. Rapid shot.
probably, because I'll probably miss.
Point blank shot. Precise shot.
2
He doesn't need precise shot.
I know. I'm
Oh.
joking. I was just naming off all the feats.
Lob shot. It's the best one.
Snapshot. Money shot. Cluster shot. Oh.
Ooh, I don't think the rapid shot would have mattered on some of those.
No, that would have helped the first one to begin with, so it's
That's a lot of
fine. It's
So
fine.
a natural 1 for an 11 will miss. A 23 will miss. A 26 will exactly hit your target.
His AC's 26. Rude.
The arrow kind of shatters on impact, but you do see some of it does embed into his skin. Her skin. Apologies.
How long am I shaken for?
You will be shaken for the rest of this round, and then I think one more round.
Okay. Go ahead and turn that rapid shot off, because I'm not doing that again.
Okay. That will bring us to Kieran. You are now
Ah.
no longer in sight of blue.
I hate it.
How
Can
sad.
I fly so that I can see him?
Probably. How
But
far
still
can you
be
fly?
I could fly infinitely.
What, 30 feet?
I don't know. Fly. I can fly 60 feet.
Oh my.
Yes, I gain a fly speed of 60 feet.
So, yeah, so you're like 30 feet up. So
But
you'd
you
have to be at
ascend
least
half
that
speed.
far away.
Save me.
I don't think you can fly far enough to get good line of sight on him without being in range of his attack, unless you want to do some math real quick to see if you can go up at an angle and be like. No, I don't. No, I don't think with a
think it'll
single
work.
move action that you can do that. Because even if you go as far as you can, you'd be looking through the corner of the building because he's down the alleyway.
That's trash.
You could double move and get into position, though.
No, that's lame. Can I cast a spell?
Yes.
But I wouldn't be able to get both of them. Rats.
Airball.
Rats! No, I'll blow you up.
Do it.
I will just fire off something. I will do a magic missile at red.
Okay.
13 force damage.
All right. I don't think there's anything that can be done against that, so... Oh, that's not where I want to put that. That is not at all where I want to put that. 13, you say? Okay. Your missiles bombard into the side of this creature. Kind of snaps in your direction with his jaws, but because their fly speed is so pitiful, they're not even going to attempt to catch you, after all. For a second, I was going to have them, but that's not going to work. So
They start coming towards me and I just fly away because I'm scared.
So that is now the mayor's turn, who doesn't do anything. Top of round 9, we have Jessup.
Jessup will look back to Gideon. Oh, thank you. And he will cast...
I'm sorry, I might have missed it. Did you take damage?
No.
Okay, not yet.
They got scared of me and ran.
Yeah.
Jessup will cast... he's going to cast Cure Serious on himself.
Okay.
He's 20.
All right. You have
And
a
then-
move action remaining.
He will 5-foot step in and... Hursk, we're coming! And then he will free action, drop Dirge of Doom, and move action, bring back up Inspire Courage.
Okay. That brings us to Gideon.
Who will move up because he can't charge. Right, he can't charge from here.
Did you just move yourself? You
I
were not in that square.
Was it in this square?
You were in this square.
Yeah, so there's no.
You could have charged from the square you tried to cheat into, but you can't charge from the one you're actually
Oh,
in.
crap, I misclicked. Jessup was 5-foot stepping there.
No, stay where you are, because he'll move up and he'll cast Bone Shaker.
Bone shaker.
But have you considered not doing that?
I did, and then I said Bone Shaker.
Okay, which one are you
on
targeting?
red,
Red. Okay.
because it's
And that is a fortitude save.
Yeah.
They still have a pretty decent fortitude. That is a 20 even.
So it'll
I'm
pass.
sorry, with shaken it is an 18.
They're not shaken.
Okay.
Without shaken it is a 20 even.
Okay, so a living creature has a skeleton rattle within his flesh, causing grievous harm. It takes 3d6 points of damage plus 1d6. Blah 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 blah. This movement doesn't provoke it, so it halves the damage and negates the movement. So it takes 14.
14 points of...
Minus 2 because I have Inspire Courage on, so 26. So
12.
20, so 13.
There's a lot of numbers.
14 minus...
No,
2?
28 minus 2 divided by 2.
Okay.
13?
13.
Gotcha. Okay.
13.
Okay.
13.
We're good. We got it.
Or you could
All
just
right.
take -1 from your 14.
Yeah, but you know, it's
That
whatever.
brings us to their turns.
Ha!
Blue is going to try to acrobatics to be behind Hursk. So let's see what this acrobatics roll is. That is a 27. I don't know what your CMD is. 27?
I don't know.
Actually, your CMD plus 5.
My CMD plus 5?
Yes, your CMD
You
plus
fail.
5. Oh,
My
27 is not enough.
CMD is 27, so if I get plus 5.
Yeah. That,
Nice.
I don't know
There
if
you
they
go.
can succeed if it's that high.
Why does he get a +5?
Because he's trying to go through the square.
Oh.
Yeah. So his movement gets him stuck right there, and the other one's going to step up. So
I would
they'll
argue
both
that they
be able
can't,
to attack, but
they can't squeeze there, so I can't be flanked.
no, they can't flank you because he failed. Well, Red could try.
He could try his acrobatics.
Yeah, why not? Actually, I don't. Like I said, I don't think
think
they
they
can succeed.
Because that puts me at a 32.
Because on a natural 20, that's only a 29.
So you don't have to if you don't want to, because it would waste his.
It doesn't mechanically make a difference whether I do or not, so I might as well. Nope. As we thought.
Oh, doesn't that make his movement though? So then he can't.
Well,
Couldn't he do a full round attack?
was he within
Yeah.
5 feet? Oh, he was. I thought he had to do a move action to get up there anyways. Okay, well then, yeah. They'll try to hit you, but they're not flanking. They haven't studied you, so I'm not terribly optimistic. Oh well, actually, he could switch his study target over to you, but then he'd only get one attack. Ah. No,
Listen,
I'll go for 4 attacks.
No, reduce
I'll
them
go
all
for the
to
20.
one
I'll go for the
attack.
20.
No.
First attack is a miss with a 19. A miss with a natural 2. A miss with a 19. And a 29.
That'll hit.
You take another 1 on the die for 6 points damage. D4s and D100s are not doing me well this time. D20s aren't too bad, but the D4, D100 are not great. That is both of their turns. It is now Hursk's turn. This is the final round that Shaken will be applying.
Gross. 5 foot step back. I hate shaking.
What's the round of this, Jason? I'm sorry.
This is the middle of round 9.
All right, let's make sure I got some stuff turned off here.
Yeah, rapid shot. Get out of here.
Get out of here! You reduced my points too much.
What a useless feat.
Useless. Ooh, I do like deadly aim though. That gives a good bonus damage. No. I want to try and
Getting
actually
greedy.
getting greedy. I'm just gonna go with come on! Off by 1.
That's
Nut.
hilarious.
Because of stupid Shaken.
Stupid shaken.
Was this his last round of Shaken?
Yes.
I'm no longer shaken.
Yeah,
But
that is phenomenally unfortunate.
Yeah.
Well-
I have a plus 16 to my first attack. Why?
Well, with Shaken, it's only a plus 14.
Right.
So,
No more shaking. All right, I'm good. That's my
okay.
turn.
That brings us to Kieran. Kieran, I believe at this point you probably could move to be within sight of them, right? You could move like over here even, because you just have to be outside of that range. So you could move like over here and be in the air, and you'd be able to see both of them. So with a single move action, you can see both if you so desire.
If I go here,
Yeah, because you're up in the air, so math.
but
Lightning.
I can't lightning bolt them
Oh.
Let me see.
because it comes from me.
Well, it comes from the
Right
square
through
ahead of you.
Gideon and Jessup.
So that one, well, actually, no, because of the angle in the air, I don't think you could, even if on 2 dimensions you were.
Well, poop.
And I don't think you can on 2 dimensions either.
Well, poop. There's something cool that I want to do, but it would not work out well for Hursk.
Fireball?
Do it.
No, it's not fireball.
He'll be fine. Do it.
No, it would really mess up everybody else. So
Entangle.
I don't want to do that. No.
Do it.
No.
You know,
I wanted
I'll be fine.
no, because everybody else would get mad at me because I wanted to use the staff of fire to create a wall of fire in the area that they are in, but then that would really mess up everybody else.
Wall off just me with
Right,
him.
that's
The town burns down.
Well, I was just thinking
also-
about you using fireball and start building the burning area, burning the buildings. People are
yeah.
screaming, but it would increase the light density in the area. Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, technically, lightning bolt sets fire to combustibles. So all these people are sleeping in their homes, and I'm just destroying their houses.
These people sleep pretty good for hearing crackling thunder a couple times and not
Right.
questioning it.
Oh, goodness.
I bet you they're pretty used to storms. It's pretty flat terrain out here.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know about that. But I guess really all I can do is I will cast another magic missile
Save me.
at blue.
Okay.
15 for
There
15
you go.
points of damage. Good thing that thing has been healing. Okay. Your strikes bore into it, and you can see that it is bleeding fairly profusely now.
And this is my last round of panicked.
Yes.
Nice.
Brings us to Jessup.
Save me.
Jessup will drop performance. She'll linger. Jessup will, I believe, move to here.
Oh, we're gonna flank them now. Now we're gonna flank.
Yeah, with your bow.
I have an axe. I can drop it.
I don't know how much good this will do, but Jessup will move. As he moves, he will pull out the Wand of Burning Hands, and then he will cast it with this intersection going up to the 15 feet to them. So I will light
Okay.
this house on fire, I believe, a little bit, but we'll figure that out later.
Well, it's instantaneous, so it probably won't catch it on fire, but they might not be happy about it. They're
Well-
bushes. They're bushes. You can see there's a very, very well-kept garden with these bushes right here.
Jessup actually looks
It's like
and
one of those
knows that this
bonsai
house
trees.
has won like the best yard contest for the past I don't know how many years,
Yeah.
and he's this pumpkin farm has about had enough of it. Anywho,
This pumpkin farm.
so yeah, Jessup will cast Burning
That-
Hands, and it's the
Okay.
one. I think it just does the 1d4 damage.
Yeah, and as far as saves go, that's a 31 and a 30.
Oh yeah, they're gonna pass for half damage.
So it'll be half of whatever it is that you do.
So it'll actually be max. It's 4 because I have Inspire on.
So they both
So
take
take 2.
2 points of fire damage.
But not sure if that will halt the healing or not. But that's what I was aiming for.
Okay.
And this is the top of this is round 10.
Yeah, so is displacement gone at this point?
So I cast it on the first round. I did delay, so I think technically it would work until the middle of this, but I don't know. Let's just say for the sake of it, I'll just turn it off.
Okay.
I didn't keep track, and then I moved in the order and messed it all up. So I'll give you the benefit of it. I got some good use out of it this session. So
I would say so.
So no Inspire Courage?
no, it is.
Oh, it is.
Spire's on. Yeah,
Gotcha.
I dropped, so it's lingering. So am I not shaken anymore?
You will not be shaken as soon as their turns start.
Understood.
So,
All right.
okay.
Okay.
That will bring us to Gideon.
Get some hits in.
Like, you get one hit in.
I might hit.
Yeah, you
Do
could
it.
try to get one hit in.
Do it!
You are good aligned, so a 21 will utterly miss your target with your
What if-
pathetic attempt at a swing.
What if I was charging and it was a 23? Just curious. Just for
I
curiosity's
mean, that
sake.
we know their
Oh,
AC.
that's behind the
and
curtain. We don't want to talk about that.
I just want to know. You know. I was just curious.
I'll let you put on charging if you want.
I can't.
Oh, I
He
think
could
he
charge
just
the
really
Jessup.
wants you to have the -2 to your AC.
Yeah, Jessup's in the way.
Jessup's in the way.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Like as soon as you moved up, I was like, there goes his charge.
Well, I had that's the only angle I could get for,
Hey, you're fine, bro. I'm not mad.
Well, hey,
Yeah.
it's worth it if it stopped the healing.
for
Yeah.
this round. I think I don't know if it would or not, but
That brings us to blue and red.
Ah!
So blue, you're going to see is healing up a little bit of his hit points.
Nuts.
And is going to step in and full attack Zeasha.
Are you sure he doesn't want to try and get over top of me?
Nah,
He might want to try.
Nah,
Doesn't he believe in himself?
not anymore.
No.
He used to. She used to.
Poor confidence there.
First attack. I don't think that's going to hit you.
27.
23.
27 is my AC.
The iterative can technically hit. Oh, wait, it does. Natural 19 plus 9. 28.
28.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the offhand attack can definitely hit you, but I don't think it's going to do it with an 11. That's only a 25, so that's going to miss. So, one hit with the dagger, you take 9 points of damage.
Mm.
And then red
Whittling away.
is going to step down. I would attack Gideon, but his studied target is still technically up on the bard, who is no longer displaced. So,
Oh, these. He only 5-foot step, right?
correct.
It is a guarantee that all three of these are going to hit.
However, he does not know about the shield other. So, full attack against the bard, natural 2. I think will probably miss even your normal AC. Study target, that would only be a 16.
Just missed 19.
The offhand attack will hit with a 20. I think, right? 20?
Yeah, 19.
Okay.
19 AC.
And the other attack is a natural 1. One of them hit, though.
You did.
So you will take 8 points of damage. However, with shield other, that will be split 4 damage to you and 4 damage to Gideon. And the creature will take note of that.
Does it know? Like,
How would it know?
I wouldn't know.
Who's going to
I
know?
mean,
Who's gonna
you
tell
took
them?
damage, didn't you?
Who's gonna tell them? How would
He
they
hits
know?
Gideon
Jessup and
yelled
Gideon
out
starts
in immense
bleeding.
pain.
He sees
Gideon?
it through Gideon's armor?
No, Gideon's stoic.
Yeah.
He starts
Yeah.
bleeding through his eye holes.
Gideon does not falter. Do you think he
I
cries
say
out in
Gideon
pain?
Gideon has to roll a bluff check.
Yeah,
Alright.
I'll do sense motive. It's not like they have an amazing sense motive or anything.
All right. Get wrecked.
On Jessup's turn, he'll be like, "Oh, thanks for the shield, other Gideon. It's half the damage, I think."
Watch him beat my bluff anyway.
So,
Fun fact: they rolled
Moving
an 11
on.
plus 12.
so we are now on Hursk's turn.
Hursk,
No one
Hursk,
is
Hursk, Hursk.
shaken or panicked anymore.
Yay!
Step back.
Oh, that was a 10-foot step.
Nope.
He's a giant.
He's a giant.
Even giants can't do a 10-foot step.
He's a giant dwarf, so a normal sized human.
I had started an invocation, by the way, and I'm back within 30 feet in case you had forgotten about it.
I did. Which invocation did you do?
Destruction.
Excellent. Let me turn that on.
It had not mattered until I believe this very moment.
You have to see him though.
Just within 30. I don't think you have to see him. Let me double check that before I make
I love how confident you were, and then immediately.
No.
Well, I just.
Let me double check.
Yeah.
99% of what
Oh.
Josh says.
Yep. Yep.
It took like 5 seconds for him to be like, oh, I'll look it up.
I'll double check. Yes.
To which?
They don't need to see you,
I'm like, yes to. Okay.
and they don't need to hear you. They just have to be within 30 feet. Oh!
Ah!
Oh! Goodbye!
Take it, Blue.
Goodbye! Go away!
Yes, 19. Aspect of the Falcon pays off.
Okay. So
Jesus,
a
like I
natural
hate
19.
that spell so much.
Love it.
A
Favorite
natural
spell.
19 for a 34 will hit. A 30 will confirm. So that is a critical hit. The second attack will miss, however. Blue collapses onto the ground.
That's awesome!
Finally.
Oh, we find out if it's fast healing or regeneration that they have.
Yeah, this is
unfortunately.
gonna be the kicker.
So, don't ease up.
Well, he did do
What do
fire
I
on
do?
him.
Pull out my
Full-
war axe and run up
Full
and
court
smack
press.
it. Yeah.
Full court press.
No, just take an arrow and.
I was gonna say.
22! 122! Full court
until
press him!
it's dead.
And that brought up high school memories.
Yeah, so Hursk, your goggles trigger and it registers as a dead creature
Nice.
for what that's worth.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay.
Sarah's got the sus look.
I know all the GM
Exit.
tricks.
She's suspicious.
I didn't even know all the
Suspicious.
PC tricks.
That will bring us to Kieran.
All right, Kieran's going to
PC chicks.
fly down to be on the ground and over at the same time,
Okay.
and then he's gonna thread the needle.
Okay.
Thread the needle.
And like, meanwhile, his hands are just shaking, and he's trying super hard to like steady his hands, but they're just shaking. And he reaches out to cast this time his breath weapon.
That is a
Was that-
32 reflex save.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Hey.
you're good.
You stop that. Okay. So that just barely passes my
Indeed.
18. So that's 17
17
points of damage.
points of damage.
And his eyes flash
Okay.
white as the drawing it out as the lightning bolt. That's really that was shocking grasp. Sorry, lightning bolt.
Like underwhelming lightning
Well,
bolt.
scream. "Ah!"
It's still really quiet though, so
Yeah.
use your imagination.
Okay. That will bring us to the mayor. Just gonna peek around the corner there.
Sounds provided by Josh Allen.
The mayor will say, "You're all doing a marvelous job."
Does he inspire courage?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he has fighter levels, not bard levels.
Ah.
Rats.
Rats.
Yeah. That will bring us to the top of round 11, and we have Jessup.
Jessup glares at the him, her, bugbear. One down, one to go. 5-foot step back, and he will do the burning hands on this house now. So he'll
Okay.
do it with the 15-foot cone being up to there, and then
Um,
obviously this direction.
I think technically you'd hit Gideon.
If I'm
Or what?
aiming this way,
Burning hands? It's fine. Just do it. It's fine.
Because the way that it works, let
That's
me
fine.
draw that. I
I see what you're saying. You're right.
If you go to the corner, you'd miss it. If you go straight
I-
on, you'll hit Gideon.
Where was I? I was here, right? I could move this way and then cast it this direction.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah,
you can
Sorry,
step into the now
I stepped
destroyed
wrong.
garden
Yep.
and destroy the second place garden that was just across the road.
Absolutely.
Start
Jessup
putting that
is-
house on fire. Classic
The apple trees
Jessup.
are just in season. They were
You
so
know-
excited to harvest them the next day. They come out and they're destroyed.
Here we are preaching about the Iron Fan invasion coming into Wreck Long Shadow, and Jessup is just literally burning these with Gideon's Kieran's.
Like, envision this
Fireballs.
though. If these people look out their windows, they see lightning bolts going one way, fire going another way.
Wow, that's another max 4 damage. So
Okay.
2
So it rolled a 30 on the save, so that is 2 points of damage.
fire damage specifically.
Yep, 2 points of fire damage. Yep. Okay. It is now Gideon's turn.
Nice. I've been waiting for this.
Can Gideon be useful?
We're gonna cast divine. Yes.
I cheated. I'm sorry, Jason.
Yep,
Technically,
I
the
see
use
it.
magic device would have been in the first one and the second one. So
Yeah.
Divine might. He will activate as a swift action.
I thought that was a standard action.
Nope. Divine
Not since
weapon.
he rewrote it.
Yeah. Ever since
Oh,
I
divine
changed.
might. Okay, I had divine weapon in my head. That's why. Okay,
Divine
yeah.
weapon is a standard
You're good.
action, which he
Yep.
already cast this fight. He already cast
Yes. So your weapon is a flaming,
it. Flaming.
light, and that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Boom! Hey, let's go be. Oh man.
Okay. And just to confirm, so it is flaming. It does not count as anything else.
Oh yeah,
It's
just
not
fine.
like it's not adamantium. It's not cold iron. It's not silver. It's
Oh,
not good. It's not.
Divine Might gives it some stuff. Let me check. Divine Weapon gives it a chaotic made. No. Yeah, no, it doesn't. All those other like extra things you have to like pay, like the Holy Weapon property and all that kind of stuff. As far as Divine Might goes, I clicked on it up there, and you can see.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Yes. Bonus.
Yeah.
You gain your bonus to your AC.
I think it was.
Yeah, I don't see anything about DR and Divine Might.
No, it doesn't seem to work like Smite, where it just bypasses it. You know, like guarantees the damage goes in.
Makes it an infinitely better ability.
Yeah, depending on who you ask.
Okay. So
but that said, the 1d6 extra fire damage should be programmed in there and all that.
Yep, looks like it. So the 19 will miss. The natural 20 will strike threat, but the 21 will not confirm. So you will deal the 18 points of damage. Doesn't look like all of that goes through, though. Okay. That is your turn. It is now blue and red's turn. Red is going to look around the area. She sees that blue has fallen. She is going to back up into the darkened light of the alleyway, which would provoke.
I'll take it. Well, is she not withdrawing?
She's not withdrawing.
Okay. Miss. Oh, I've
Miss.
been rolling terrible. I don't have a bad to hit. I've got a plus 15.
Actually, now that I think about it, she'd move right here. And you see, so technically this doesn't have any verbal, somatic, or material components, but she reaches out and touches the body of the other bugbear, and you see the shadows from the nearby alleyways begin to like coalesce and are drawn in towards her, and she begins to disappear into the dim light. You can roll a spellcraft if you want to know what it is. Otherwise, they're gone. So Hursk got a 29. Jessup and Gideon both fail with a 15 and an 11. So Hursk, you are able to successfully identify this spell. Oh, Kieran gets a natural 1 for 13. So only Hursk is able to identify this spell. You know this to be Shadow Walk. So it's basically a teleportation spell.
Oh.
I love that the guy who can't cast it, not on his spell list, is like, I know that spell.
I've seen it before. I used to have a friend. He's a shadow walker. He used to have a similar ability. He did.
Yeah, so
Crimson did not have that ability. But...
I feel like if it's on your spell list, you should automatically know what it is, and those who don't have it would have to roll spellcraft. That's just my 2 cents.
Yep, Shadow Walk's pretty neat. You and any creature you touch are transported along a coiling path of shadow stuff to the edge of the material plane, where it borders the plane of shadow. The effect is largely illusory, but the path is quasi-real. You can take more than one creature along with you, yada yada. Basically, you move at a rate of 50 miles per hour. So
that's so fast.
They be out of sight.
Booking it.
And with that,
that's not a standard action to cast.
What it is.
So she gets to move, cast it, and then move again. You get what I'm saying? Like, shouldn't she still be there for at least one more round? Because she moved to get away from Gideon, cast it, standard action. They can't move away yet.
Well, I turned the combat music off, so combat's done.
Well, how does it?
Is that a house rule? Is that a house rule that if the combat music gets turned off, combat's done? Done.
Sorry, we can't continue because the music's gone.
I don't see anywhere about it. And it is a standard action to cast, so we can go one more round and see if you can deal enough damage. Red has not taken as much, but you might be able to pull it off.
Are they still gone?
No. We'll say for now they're still there.
We
You have
these
one
soothing, calming tones.
you have one round.
One round
Sorry,
to put him
sorry.
down.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be a stickler or anything. Just saying.
You know, we were just
So-
talking about lifting behind the screen and letting the DM do their thing, and here comes
All
Justin.
right, I'm sorry.
Hey, DM!
Sorry.
If that's
I am the least rules lawyer of our entire group.
You shut up. You
never
shut up right now.
question Any rules ever? I'm usually like, yeah, man, go for it. Whatever, let's do it. It's fine.
We'll see what happens.
I feel like
Hursk,
Justin has
it is
been
your
against
turn.
these guys.
Well, obviously,
I'm just trying to see
trying
if
to shoot
Shadow Walk does
red.
anything while it's active or not.
Does it increase her AC or anything?
I don't know, there's 6 paragraphs to the spell. I wasn't intending to read the entire thing.
I'm sorry. I can't.
This is all your fault.
I can't apologize enough. I'm sorry, guys.
It is your turn though. You can
Okay. Well, I'm gonna shoot at red.
Okay, go
You
for
are
it.
inspired.
Also
Oh.
red heals up a little bit.
Ha!
The 27 will hit, the 14 will miss. So a little bit of damage goes, well, more damage than you've been doing because of all your buffs. So a decent amount of damage goes through there. It's still up.
Do you tell us about the spell?
Yes, I shout 6 paragraphs worth of information regarding the spell.
I think he just says they might go away.
Jessup had to retcon so I can have 3
Yes.
sentences or 5 sentences in 2 rounds, and you can read 6 paragraphs in just 6 seconds.
Hursk would shout that they're just trying to get away. He won't obviously go into detail, but that they're trying to run away.
Do you
Okay.
say it's the Shadow Walk or just leave it at that? Or
Sure.
they're just trying to get away.
I'll shout that they're teleporting. How about that?
Okay. That brings us to Kieran.
I mean, I doubt we're gonna be able to finish him. But
Yeah, I could do a thing that will draw this out, but I won't because
do it.
Entangle.
no,
Make me feel
it's
better.
it's a little meta, so I won't do it. I will just magic missile red
Okay.
That's fair.
for 11 force damage.
11.
I'm sorry, we didn't have to drag this out.
Okay. Still up.
We might get him. Her, it. I don't
I
know.
will. I'll move forward.
How
oh
dare
no,
you.
I'm stuck on the.
I don't
I'm so
know.
sorry.
The mayor. Got a 5-foot step up. Actually, he'll do a full move action. He'll be up there and he'll be like, "Oh, those gardens were so beautiful." And then that'll be Jessup's turn.
Move action, restart, performance. Inspire courage, obviously.
I'll put
Okay.
on some battle music to make it a little more.
Yeah, I'm
exciting.
not immersed right now. I'm really
For the next
Sorry.
4 minutes.
What have I done? I'm sorry.
What a fiend!
I hope you
And
feel bad
Jessup
about
will-
it.
Yes,
I
just-
do.
I hope you feel bad about it. Goodness gracious.
I can
I
even
know.
tell nobody's into this. You could have just said, "Nope, we're gonna hand wave it."
Oh no, no! Josh is into this. We might kill her.
Jessup will cast a spell. He
We'll
will
see.
cast.
Maybe.
Shadow walk.
See if it works.
Shadow walk. He's gonna chase them into the shadow.
I don't even know if you can because the path is all funky and you don't even know where you're going.
I will cast Ear Piercing Scream, so they have to fail a DC 13.
DC 13.
Impossible.
Which save is this? A will save or a?
Fortitude.
Okay, so Fortitude's better than will. That is a 15.
Okay. So they pass, so they will take half damage on 4d6.
Okay.
Sonic.
Okay. half of
Too
that.
bad.
That's not bad.
Okay. Still up.
Oh,
Hursk,
man.
your goggles are not showing anything. It's still above whatever the goggles say. I think it's 4 or higher.
4.
So
Yeah, 4 or higher.
yep, still not low. That does give us Gideon, who has a chance.
Who will charge? I need
Get
to
him.
roll
One attack.
a D2 to see which square I land in.
It-
If we're gonna draw this out,
In
we
this
might as well.
particular situation, doesn't matter.
Yeah, but we might as well. If we're gonna play by the rules, we'll just start straight.
One time. I do it one time, and this is what I get. One
Well,
time.
also, technically, this one would be should be 15 feet. No, because it's the first angle. Never mind.
Yeah.
29
You
will
get
hit.
hit?
I don't think. Yeah. So
No.
you do some decent damage to it, but that is not going to be enough to down the creature, and still not showing up on the goggles.
Is that rolling damage right?
Does it have to roll a concentration check to maintain the spell? Or...
It already cast the spell. It's not
Kidding.
in the middle of casting it.
Because
I'm joking. I'm not drawing this out any further. I'm done.
It's a standard action and it lasts for hours. So
1d8 plus 1d6 plus 10.
Yes.
Okay, no, I see it here. I rolled a 3. Okay, a
Yes.
3 and a 1.
yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. That brings us to their turn. The creature will withdraw at a speed of 50 miles an hour.
Through a house.
They
I
are
should have.
gone.
That's what we should have done with it. We should have grappled the body. The one that was down. Should have
And that
grappled it.
drags Hursk through the shadows at 500 miles an hour.
Can only do it one creature. Can only do one.
You end up on the shadow plane.
Yeah.
Frampton's there, like, or
Yeah, I was gonna say.
it'd be Abner. Hey, what's up?
See,
What's going on?
Abner's there.
I'm
Yeah.
getting out of here.
Hey, I'm Abner Calhoun.
Okay. And with that, you have defeated or at least chased off the creatures to some other plane or some very far, far distance away.
I'm so sorry.
Why?
The mayor makes his way over here. He looks to you, Jessup, and says, I understand how important that was, but 'tis a shame. I always voted for the Millers over here.
Yeah, I'll pay him back somehow.
If you have a druid friend, maybe you could have them do like plant growth or something.
I have a lot of friends. Maybe I could find one in the ranges or something. But fear not, pun intended. I think we're safe for now.
Yes, well, let's hope so. You all did quite well there.
All right. Well, I guess. Just look. Is there stuff on fire? Just
No,
want to make sure that's. But okay. Just
no, it's just an instantaneous
we
effect. It
leave
doesn't last
and
long
come
enough.
back an hour later and their house is burned down. And then we couldn't put out the fire because of that. Well,
Yep, if that well has been repaired.
so I think we should make haste to
Yes,
check on the bodies.
yes, I think you're right.
Does anybody
We
need
should
healing
not
before we
linger
go?
here. What did you say?
Well,
Hursk, you okay over there? Need some healing?
Yeah, that'd be spectacular. I don't feel so good. About half. If I had to give it a.
Oh, I will give you
I don't know.
2 cure mods quick.
That'll
Total of 33.
Will that bring you up, or do you need a cure light?
That's close enough. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm 1 hit point down. It'll be
That
fine.
first was terrible, and that other one was pretty good. 12 and then 21
The rolls were tough in that combat, man. I'm
on
telling
both
you.
sides.
On both sides, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, rough. Rough to say the least.
Okay.
To the dead bodies!
So yeah, you
like
guys
they
continue.
didn't get there first.
Yeah, you continue your way towards the warehouse. And again, Hursk, to your knowledge, Shadow Walk is a very kind of funky travel spell. You don't really choose where you're going, so you hope that they didn't miraculously, via Deus Ex Machina, teleport to the bodies. And
What are the odds?
You make it to the warehouse there, and the door is locked. I don't think any of you have a key. You could use your chime of opening if you wanted to unlock it. It's not a terribly difficult lock, so I wouldn't even really bother with the roll, but...
Well, yeah,
Is
I
either-
can use a charge of the chime of opening. So I will hit the chime, and you don't want to roll for it, Jason?
Yeah, I'm not going to bother. It's just a simple lock that they put on this warehouse. It's nothing like a superior lock or anything.
Alrighty. So I will do that.
Okay. So you unlock the door. It doesn't look like there's anybody here. It's just a warehouse. They don't have like guards or anything. So you guys walk into the back office. Jessup knows where he's going, so he leads you all there. He shows you the room, and it doesn't look like it's been moved from where you left it, Jessup. It's still slightly cracked open because you weren't able to move it perfectly into place, but it doesn't appear that anything came in. And as you get I didn't.
I
go
was
ahead.
just gonna like look at it, but take a 20 quick or so just to
Yeah,
make sure it
yeah.
wasn't like retrapped or something.
Yeah, you don't notice anything in there that looks trapped. It doesn't look like anybody's come through here in the past day.
Okay.
So
So Jessup will pull open the door. Now that
Yep.
he's not, needing to be as stealthy, I guess he can kind of tug at it or whatever to kind of to open that.
Yep. And with multiple of you there, you're easily able to shift it out of the way and open the back room. And you do see the bodies are still there. And you're looking over them. It does look like they're in deep into the process of decay. They've been here for a while. And like I said, the stench is very bad in this room. The mayor kind of holds his nose, and you see him kind of shake his head slightly. He says, "Well, I'll be honest. I had hoped that you were wrong."
Yeah, me too, Mayor. I guess, that's probably why those three have been so, on you past few weeks or whenever.
That's Jessup's holding his nose for the
Yeah.
stench breath.
Yeah, I got that. You see him kind of shudder slightly, and he's like, It's a very terrifying thought to think that they were not who I thought they were this whole time."
Yeah, I guess you, unfortunately, we're not going to need those nightmares to make sure that you don't sleep not well at night. I think, this is going to make you sleep deprived for a while.
Yes, no, I don't think that I'm going to try to sleep for it tonight. I think I'm going to pull an all-nighter this time.
Oh, I
I'll
got a
read a
wand
book
for
or
that.
something. Oh, that'd be nice. Yes. Oh, yes. Can I
I
read
think-
a book while the spell is active?
I think we better check out that well because they were quite insistent on it getting fixed. So maybe there's something
Oh, that's a very
strange
good
about the well.
point. Yes, we could draw this out quite far, couldn't we?
Totally
Let's go
good.
back and investigate the well.
The well.
You all return to the well. It's just down the street here on the same map. Don't even have to move you.
And there's a
It's
portal
just
to
an-
the big
it's-
boss baddie.
Here,
Yeah, it takes you to
some
book
magic
6.
on the well.
Oh wow,
Um,
it's just an instant teleport.
Yeah, instant book 6. It's
like
it's
the
one of
Super
those
Mario 3,
Warp pipes.
yeah,
one of the
yeah,
warp
it's
pipes.
a speedrunner little
Strat.
yeah.
Yeah. They put it in there because people love to speedrunner Pathfinder 8Ps. Yeah, it's actually not
Yes.
a very known category. But yeah,
Jason's like, I'm all
Any-
for you guys
yeah.
getting to the book 6 at
Yeah.
level 9. Good
Iron
luck.
Fang Invasion any percent run. So
it's
yeah, so
ridiculous.
you guys find the bodies there, and the mayor kind of looks to all of you and says, "Well, it's a bit of a gruesome thing, but would you mind helping me carry them out? And perhaps we can, for now, perhaps we can take them back to my manor, and then in the morning we can have them moved to the cemetery once we've dug proper graves."
Gideon nods.
Okay. So
Yeah, if you guys can help, I'm still a little pooped out here.
Are you saying you need healing?
No,
No, he's-
Jessup's fatigued, so actually I only have a 9 strength right now. I think I could, but I don't think that he wants to watch me drag one of the corpses down the street.
I mean,
Well,
Hursk will
probably not.
pick one up.
Yeah, Gideon can carry one as well.
yeah, and he has a I got rid of his stat block. What are his stats? He has a 14 strength, so yeah, he can do it.
Weak sauce.
Weak.
His
Look at
stats
these
are like
abs!
how I build characters.
You're weak.
So yeah, you guys are able to bring the bodies back to his manor, and he kind of takes some cloth and kind of wraps them up once you have gotten there, and lays them in an empty room so that they can be properly taken in the morning. And what do you guys want to do after that? I believe this is very late at night at this point.
I guess since we don't know what's going to happen, what the plans are, if there's enough rooms, I would maybe vote that we all just spend the night here, the mayor's house, in case something happens.
Yes, there are enough rooms, I think. One of you might have to double up. I think we have 3 spare rooms. No, wait, no. Yes, one of you would have to double up.
I wouldn't mind doubling up with somebody in case we get attacked at night. I'm a little frail old man.
Yeah, it's probably best that we all stay here. Anybody object? Especially since we're being attacked in our sleep. That's not great.
There's a common area. We could all just sleep on the floor in the main room or something.
Slumber party.
Yes, if
like
you don't mind the floor, then the main hall will do just fine, I'm sure.
Well, it's certainly not my preference, but we've spent enough time out in the wilds that I've gotten sort of used to it, I guess. At this point, I'm just exhausted and
Yes.
really
Well,
just want to sleep.
feel free to drag the mattresses out or something. Make yourself at home.
Right. I might take you up on that. That sounds better than sleeping on the hard floor.
I'll be in my room on a bed. So, actually, I'll be reading.
Did he? Okay, so
in my
Jessup
bed.
would cast Keep Watch on him if he wants to.
Yes, that would be nice. Yes.
Um,
Perhaps you can give me
Nope.
that one so I can just
Yep.
not go to sleep for a long time.
do you have use magic device by chance?
I do not.
Oh, well,
But
I
Nava
guess-
does, I'm sure, and she
Yeah.
is a good friend of mine. So, an
Well, I'm
acquaintance.
sure she's got something to help you anyway. So, okay, Gideon, why don't you make him some rose tea, and then he can read his book comfortably.
Gideon will, I guess, do so, or ask where the kitchen is.
Yep, yeah, he tells you where everything is. It's late, so there's nobody around to help you, but you can do stuff however you like.
Oh,
I
every
would think
while.
Gideon makes himself comfortable in the kitchen and just unabashedly uses all of their equipment and
Yep.
supplies.
Makes a ham sandwich.
I think
Yeah,
if you guys
well, he's there.
want to, it might make sense. It might make sense to sleep in shifts if you want. Then that way, if somebody is having a nightmare, then hopefully the people who are awake can maybe help try to raise them.
Yeah.
If you'd like to, you can do shifts. That's no problem.
That's what I'm thinking of, just doing shifts if that's fine. Because Jessup's fatigued and has some ability damage, so he actually wants to sleep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gideon's fine with that.
Yes.
So you guys all post up in the mayor's house, and you begin to sleep. And I think that is a good point too, as I think I mentioned this at the end of the last session for you guys to be aware of. You guys, after that fight, level up to level 10.
Level up.
So I had mentioned to be kind of prepared for the changes there. So
Yes.
is anybody particularly ready to go over what they get at level 10?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm
Yeah.
basically leveled on paper. Obviously, I didn't put everything online because I didn't want it to mess up my rolls for that combat. But
Yeah.
on paper, I've got pretty much all my choices.
Yeah. So what's going on with you?
So the biggest one here is I take another level and exalted the prestige class, which he has, which means at level 3 I receive my first divine boon. That is a consequence of a feat called Deific Obedience that I was able to do that, and it gives you 3. At the first one, you get 3 spell-like abilities that you can use, and so for Milani, as her exalted, I get the spell-like ability called Sacred Partisan, and that means that 3 times per day I can cast Divine Favor, 2 times per day I can cast Spiritual Weapon, and once per day I can cast Magic Vestment using my spell caster level for each of those. So very powerful, pretty cool. Magic Vestment in particular will save me a lot of money. It just means that I can magically enhance my armor or shield each morning, which will just save me money in the long run and just further pump that AC as much as possible. That's the biggest thing in this level, plus 2 level 4 spells that he picks up.
One thing that we can look up after the session.
Yeah, sure.
I believe that when I was doing this for Rowan, when he was the evangelist of Erastil,
Yeah.
I believe you have to choose one of those spell-like ability options, and that is the one you get.
Oh, not each. That would make
Because
it
they
very
say something 3 times per day, something twice per day, or something once per day.
I see. In which case,
So I believe you choose one of those 3.
I would just take Magic Vestment because that'll save me the most money, and I already have Divine Favor as a thing.
Okay. Yep.
So that would make
Still?
sense. Still.
And how many times can you do that a day?
Once, which is fine.
Once, and it's hours per level.
It's
though,
hours
so
per
it's-
level.
yeah.
It's like Magic Armor or Mage
Yeah.
Armor or whatever. You just cast it at the beginning, and then you have.
Yep. Still very nice choice. Very nice choice indeed. And that is your big thing. Nothing
Yeah.
else that you want to reveal yet, or you want to keep everything else for?
No, it's just spells that I get, and literally
Okay.
nothing else happens here. So.
Okay. Moving on to Jessup, you said you were ready there.
I thought I was. Yeah.
Okay.
So, just some minor bonuses to stats across the board, which will just be nice. Increase saves, reflex, and will, which are not too bad. I do get 2 new cool things. I get Jack of all trades for my bard. So this allows me to use any skill, even if it requires me to be trained. So I can basically use all trained skills now, which are neat. So we've been lacking a disabled device person, so now I can do that. Hence why I metagamed and stole the thieves' tools off of the doppelgangers' bodies, or asked for one. So I have a set of
Indeed.
that. And I also get another versatile performance. So at 6th level, when I would have gotten an additional performance, I instead used the ability to expand my versatility with one. So I added Intimidate to my oratory. But this time I decided to actually pick up a brand new performance. And after much consideration, my time with Frampton is finally coming to fruition. So now I actually have the dance performance. So Jessup will now be able to carry on the worm to get some
Nice.
bonuses.
Wow.
So,
Okay.
Excellent.
Yep.
Excellent.
Not what I expected.
So this is now canon. So
Yes. Perfect.
This is now.
Okay.
and then level 4 spells, which are always obviously good.
Yeah.
So.
That's going to be a big one, I think. Yeah. Moving on, Hursk and Kieran, are one of you particularly ready to go?
I am.
Okay, Hursk, what's up?
Yeah. So I mean,
What's
my
up,
big
Hursk?
one's obviously that we can finally bring back, because I
Yes.
gain Raise Animal Companion as a spell-like ability,
Yes, indeed.
which is cool. So I can finally bring him back. And other than that, really just getting those level 4 spells. Pretty big. It's a big
Yeah.
deal.
Yeah. Okay. And yeah, so raise animal companion, since it's a spell-like ability, you don't have to worry about paying for it. But you will have to consider the restoration spell on Titan, because when a creature is raised, it gains 2 negative levels,
Yeah.
I believe.
Can I use 2 restorations to get rid of them, or can I only get rid of 1 through restoration?
No, because this spell cannot be used to dispel more than 1 permanent level in a 1-week period.
Oof.
So he will have a 1 negative level for a week, basically.
That's another question. Does he come back as level 10 or does he come back as level 9?
I would say he comes back. His leveling is based on your level, so
Right.
he comes back at whatever level you have, but with
Yeah.
a negative level. So
Yep.
I don't know about that. In any Pokemon RPG or anything I played, you don't get experience when you're dead. I'm just throwing that out there.
Technically, you wouldn't, but it would be so unbelievably annoying to do that
Right?
that I don't want.
I don't
want
want
to
to do
about
that.
it.
I
So
don't want to do that.
I
DM
respect your decision.
Fiat. Stop.
So,
Jesus.
anything else?
No, that's basically it.
Yeah.
He
Good
gets
stuff.
level 4 spells and raise animal companion.
Okay, Kieran, best for last. Blow us away.
You better, dude.
This
This better
is-
be crazy.
This is gonna blow your mind. I get
Nothing.
blind sense
Ooh.
and a bloodline feat, and that's it. And I took blind fight as my bloodline feat. So blind fight says in melee, every time you miss because of concealment, you can re-roll your mischance percentile roll one time to see if you actually hit. An invisible attacker gets no advantages related to hitting you in melee. That is, you don't lose your dexterity bonus to armor class, and the attacker doesn't get the usual +2 bonus for being invisible. The invisible attacker's bonuses do still apply for ranged attacks, however. You do not need to make acrobatic skill checks to move at full speed while blinded. And one thing that we'll have to, if we fight the greater Barghest or whatever again, is that this is of no use to someone who is subject of a blink spell. So, if that comes up, but
That seems highly specific,
yeah,
Mhm.
I don't know
but
why.
makes
but-
sense.
yeah.
It does make sense because the blink spell, they're not on that plane of existence. So.
Right, yeah. So that's literally it outside of rolling HP.
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh yeah, did we
Yeah,
roll HP
so-
already or no?
No, I don't believe.
Yeah, we did.
anybody...
Yeah, you got a 1.
Classic.
I'm okay with that.
No, you
I
got a
was-
2 because he had to reroll.
Oh,
Let me
that's
pull
true.
up my thing here. So Kieran and Gideon don't get anything for favored class bonus, so I'll just put a line in there. Hursk and Jessup, is there anything? Are you doing the same? Hursk, you've always done HP. Are you doing that again this level for favored class bonus?
Correct.
Okay. And Jessup, you've always done the special thing. Are you doing that again too?
Yeah. Actually, I'm still deciding on the spell that I want, but I think
Okay.
I'm going to take a level 1.
Okay. So yeah, everybody can roll their hit dice. Let's do one at a time. So we'll go in the order that we went before. So Gideon, roll your hit die.
Just so you know, I think I'm going to be doing favorite class bonus as a skill this level.
You don't get
I
one.
thought you said you don't get
Oh
one because
yeah,
of the
that's right,
prestige.
because of the prestige. Yeah, never mind. Forget that.
Yeah.
Noob.
Filthy
There we go.
cheater.
There we go.
So a D8, and you got a 7 on the die
Mm-hmm.
for 9 more hit points. Not bad.
Brings me up to
I'll put
81.
that on here. So the HP roll was a 7. Next up is Jessup. Can we keep it going? It's another D8, I believe.
It is.
Another 7.
Nice. Wow.
That's
For
a
a-
big one. I think
for
I've had
10
some
hit points.
garbage rolls the past few.
You had last level was a 2, the level before that was an 8, before that was a 2, then a 3. So you're either a 7 or an 8 or a 2 and a 3.
It almost like every other level I balance out to be probably average.
Yeah, there was a single level where you rolled a 4. Everything else was either an 8, 7, 2, or 3. So you're
Min
an interesting
maxer.
case.
Sarah, that's why Sarah hates Jessup. Filthy.
They min
So-
maxer.
Hursk, another D8. Can we get 3 7s in a row? No, not bad. 4 on the die, not terrible. And last but not least, we've got our D12, who
Yeah.
you have rolled 10, 11, 10 on your D12s. So
Yeah, I'll probably roll I think the min I can get is 4.
yeah, because you re-roll 1, 2, and 3.
Oh no, if I get min, that'll be so sad for a reason. So I can't roll with my sheet because 6.
6.
So with that and my con, I am at 101 hit points.
Holy cow.
I wish you rolled
Broke
a 5
the
at that.
triple
just because.
digits.
Is that-
Triple digits.
Is that because you have like an 18 con?
I have a 16 con.
Oh, I thought you had an
And I
18.
should mention, I didn't say it, but I did take another level in Dragon Disciple. So
And you took.
I assumed because that's where the blind sense
Yep.
comes from.
But next level, I actually I'll just say now. I actually get a boost to con next level, so I'll be an 18 con.
Wow.
Sweet.
And
It's
you
gonna be a
took
lot of hit points.
and you took toughness too, right?
Right, so you'll get
Yeah.
11 HP on top of the roll.
Yeah. So,
You're quite a tank. Like putting Gideon
well,
to shame.
I'm a squishy tank that can get hit a lot.
Well,
Which does take a lot.
I
You're
don't think
basically
so.
a barbarian without the rage powers.
Kind
If you
of.
can cast mirror image, I don't know if you're really that squishy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
except when you get troops that do reflex save damage because I can't
But see,
jump
that's
out of
why
the way.
I just need to hit you with displacement.
I
Mirror
do like
image
troops.
is no joke.
Okay. But overall, pretty decent, I would say. Pretty
Yeah.
decent indeed. So you guys wake up the next morning feeling level 10. You're really feeling level 10 now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And except for Jessup, who does still have ability damage. So
And
he
how
still
much
feels a
ability
little
damage do I
crappy.
heal? Is it just 1 per day?
1 per day.
So I'm at -2 for charisma, but I'm no longer fatigued. And I get my
Unless you
spell
get
slots.
somebody to cast like restoration or something on you.
See.
Which you could probably do in town. That's not a big thing. You just have to spend the money to do it.
I just need lesser restoration though, right? For ability damage.
Probably, yeah, because it's
Yeah,
just
because
damage.
I don't need negative levels. It's just a 1d4, I believe, for
Yeah.
lesser.
Yep.
Good. I wake up unfatigued. That did not feel good. And I regain spells this time, Jason.
Yes. So you notice throughout the night, none of you have those particularly malicious nightmares.
Aw.
Oh no.
So you don't know if that means that you've fully driven them off. Hard to say. But for now, you seem okay. And the morning comes. How would you like to approach? According to my notes, you have 3 days. So you don't know if your sabotage of the orders is going to buy you any time. But according to the original timeline, you have today and then 2 more days, so 3 total days left.
So technically, then the battle will be on the 4th day, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
You have a full day today and then 2 full days. So.
Well, morning, troops. I guess after everything, today might be a breath of fresh air.
I sure hope so. Did anyone have any dreams last night?
I did not.
No. I mean, anything too crazy. Maybe we might check on the mayor, because, even though he didn't sleep and had nightmares or anything like that, I know sometimes the mind can wander when you're awake, left to your own devices. You know what I mean? So Jessup will try to go check on the mayor to make sure he's okay. And do we still have that gift to give him? Because we totally have not given him that gift.
We gave it back to Nava to give to him because she was
Oh,
like,
that's
well,
right.
now that I'm here, I can just give it to him.
You're right.
Yeah, as you guys are waking up, assuming you don't leave immediately, around like the 8 to 8:30 time frame, Nava does actually knock on the door, and is let in by a couple of I think the butler and a couple maids are in by now, and she's let in and she actually has it with her, so she's actually making her way up to talk with him after the morning is en route.
Gideon, I had a really weird dream about you. You were picking berries for like 14 hours. It was really strange.
He laughs. Yeah, a funny dream. I don't think anything like that ever happened.
Yeah, it couldn't have. That would have been crazy, right?
That would have been.
Only a really crazy person would do something like that, right?
Oh, absolutely. They must have been just only a loon, only an absolute lunatic would be so
Right.
crazy.
Well, at least in my dream, I think you were fully clothed. When you did it before, I think you were stark naked or something like that, right?
That's not
With
my
a
head.
javelin.
No, Kieran. I think you might be projecting there. That's not what I thought happened, at least.
Right. Well, it's funny to remember about. First impressions and all.
He nods. Cool guy nods, of course.
Okay.
Well, I'm feeling good about today. I feel a lot better. I feel refreshed. I think we're gonna do all right. We can go out and I feel like maybe we have put an end to the saboteurs. Hopefully,
Look what she's
time will
done.
tell.
Look what he's done.
What?
Jinxed it all.
Oh, me. Last time Kieran was all like optimistic. He almost died because of poison. So let's see what today will bring.
Indeed. What would you guys like to do today? You have, by my count, I don't think you can do all of the tasks anymore, but you can get almost all of them still.
Yeah.
I think Jessup really needs to work on that wall. Like, he has tried so many times.
It's gone poorly quite often.
I guess in this case, because he has to roll a knowledge engineering, I believe, or there's a couple other things. I think it's
Craft stonemasonry or profession stonemason would also work.
So I think Jessup would maybe go to see if he can locate the Rangers after checking on the mayor to see if potentially any of them have any knowledge engineering. Like, I don't know if Cicero does or anybody, and see if maybe they can help. Guess he would ask Hursk. I doubt it, but he'll ask Hursk if he's got knowledge engineering or something to help out in that perspective.
No, not all dwarves are good at building.
Well,
It's a stereotype that's not necessarily
I didn't
true.
want to stereotype, but
It's okay. I don't blame you, but it's
last
I'm just telling you
time.
it's not true.
Yesterday I almost forgot that you were even here. No offense. So I just want to make sure I incorporated you this morning in our plans.
Yep, I appreciate it. I think I'm feeling pretty good today about maybe going to see Titan and I don't know, seeing if maybe I could do something.
Well, good luck.
I appreciate it. You're welcome to join me if you'd like, but I understand if the wall calls. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, I got. Either I'm gonna help build that wall up, or I'm gonna help keep tearing it down for the Legion. One way or another.
That is
Okay.
It is actually accurate.
That's pretty accurate.
So Jessup is going to go out and do either harm or good. Hursk is going to go out for the meantime and see what he can do about Titan. Depending on how quickly those things go, he might be able to help out one of the other checks later on in the day. Kieran and Gideon, what's your plans?
If I'm not mistaken, I still have one more instance that I can go same old and roll.
Yeah, I believe militia drills, there's one use of that left.
Yep, so I think I'll just do that, keep it up as normal kind of thing.
Okay. Yep. And Kieran?
Kieran wants to go shopping at the church.
Yeah,
Okay.
Nice.
Actually, I don't know if this is where it would be, but like potions, would that be at the church?
Well, it depends, I guess.
They're
Why
like
is
a flea
everything we
market
try
at
to
the
buy at the church? We always go to the church.
There's literally a flea market right out front of it.
Right?
There's 3 stores over here that could have potions.
Okay. So Kieran's going to definitely make a point that like none of the others in the group are with him when he does this. So he's gonna like be like, oh, I'm gonna go help out on the other side of town. We'll meet back. You know, maybe we can get lunch together today or something. It's been a while since we've had a meal together. And he's going to try the stores because he's looking to see if they have any potions of remove fear. Because he doesn't want to get scared again. He's had a rough couple of days. So I don't know if that's a D100 roll or since it's a first level potion, if they would just have that.
Yeah, so it's a potion of, you said remove fear?
Remove fear.
That is a first level spell?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say that's they would have that. That's a common spell and it's a low level spell, so that's not hard to find.
Could I pick up 2 of those?
Sure.
Okay, so that's what, 100 gold?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. So once I do that, let me just jot that down before I forget. He is going to look to do, I think he may have done the internal defenses before, but basically like that's saying like organize fallback locations and choke points, barricades, medical stations, and all of that stuff. So he's going to use diplomacy to try to talk to the town, get a feel for the layout of the town, maybe chat with some of the people to see if there's any areas that, maybe around the church would be a good area to have like a medical station if there's clerics nearby. Determining the best route from different directions, assuming maybe there's a siege at this gate at the south, what is the most direct route to get to the church, something like that. He's just going to chat with the people doing that. So that will be how he spends his day.
And you did attempt that once, but that was the time that the saboteurs sabotaged.
Okay.
So you still have 3 uses of that ability. So
and was there a cap on how many an individual person could do? Like they couldn't do the same thing? Oh no, that wouldn't make sense.
No, you can do the same thing as many times. It's just so the party collectively can do 3 things a day.
Okay. Gotcha.
And like you could all do city walls 3 times in one day. It's just you'd have to. I think you can at least. So yeah, we'll have Jessup roll your knowledge engineering. Gideon, go ahead and roll your. I think you were doing diplomacy. Or proficient soldier. Sorry.
Soldier.
Did I get with any of the rangers to determine if any of them could assist with?
Yeah. So if you talk to the other rangers, it doesn't look like they sent any of their like architects out here. Anybody who probably did know about knowledge engineering, they kept to help rebuild the forts. The ones that they sent out here are better at survival and actually like at fighting and assisting that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'll roll you proficient soldier.
Yeah, so Kieran rolled his diplomacy. It's a 22, which is a success.
Oof.
Gideon rolls a 15, which is just barely a success.
I think that was like the bare minimum he could roll, right?
Yeah, that is the DC.
And I will clarify so that there's no misunderstandings later. Kieran is wearing a shirt today. He is not walking around shirtless.
Nope, that's how people recognize him.
No.
By his black hair and abs.
He's trying to get work done today, so he is very modestly dressed.
You notice that nobody seems to recognize you.
Oh, he has a halter top on.
He has very good fashion. Like he dresses very well for himself, but he is fully clothed.
Okay. So yeah, with those 2 successes, so it's 10 from militia drill, and I'll delete that because that was the last use. 5 from internal defenses, so those would get you to 56 defense points. And Jessup, we will see if he can succeed or not.
So, out of curiosity, when I know that we're rolling once, but it's constituting for the full 8 hours.
5 hours, yes.
It's 5 hours?
Yes, it's 5 hours.
I'm just doing quick math here real quick to see if you will allow me to do something.
Probably not.
So Jessup took a new spell, Investigative Mind.
Ooh, Vic has that.
So yep, so with that, I can roll basically with advantage on any knowledge, linguistic, spellcraft, or appraise check. So even though I'm making one roll, I don't know if you'd allow me to do that, or could I argue if you wanted me, I know it would suck, but to use the spell, cast it 3 times, which would equivalent be for 5 hours for one roll.
I would say, yeah, you'd have to cast it 3 times. Okay. I would want it to be on for the entire duration of the effect.
So yeah. I will check off 3 of my 5 level use spells, or I'm sorry, level 2. I'm not level 5 yet. For those spells, so I'll use it 3 times, and then I will roll with advantage. Okay. So I'll just recast it after that 100 minutes then for the full duration.
Yeah.
While he's doing that, can you remind me which skills for our game count as background? Do you
goodness, let me get to.
If you don't, just tell me the document.
Or I put it on the house rules thing. So
house rules.
Background skills are these ones. I'll copy and paste them into the chat.
That'd be brilliant.
So
those are all background skills.
Didn't need it because I rolled a 23 and then my advantage was a 27. So I think I did pretty well, but
yeah. You notice that
overkill.
Without the sabotage and with you feeling better, you make significant progress on the wall. The northern side is actually pretty shored up at this point. You just need to address the southern and the eastern walls. That is worth 10, so that brings you to 166 defense points total. And Hursk, you are now able to cast Raise Animal. So you head to the chapel. They had been preserving Titan's body. You go in there, and he is there, fairly pristine still. And you can use that ability.
So I was going to have it like Hursk goes in, sees Titan, kind of walks up to his body and kneels down next to him. And he's just kind of talking to Titan's body here. And he's like, the others have had some pretty rough dreams. But I had a real interesting dream last night that you were back and that I brought you back. I don't know what it means, but I was just happy to have you back. And then he'll kind of like put his hand on Titan. And in my mind, I imagine he didn't know that he could bring Titan back, but that like by doing that, thinking that, having the dream, the spell-like ability kind of goes off when he touches Titan.
Yep.
When he's in that kind of mindset, and that's how he brings
spell-like
Titan
abilities
back.
are pretty much purely mental actions. So
Yeah. So he's just thinking about that dream that he had and stuff, and that kind of transfers it into
Yep.
Titan.
I like to think that he could always do this. It's just he didn't try until just now.
Yeah. I like it.
So you do that, and you lay your hand on Titan, and for a second nothing happens, but after a minute, because that's the casting time of the spell, after a minute, Titan's legs begin to twitch slightly, and he begins to like stand up, and he's kind of wobbly because like he has the 2 negative levels, so he's not like all there, but you can see him kind of like twitching, and he gets to his feet and he's like moving around. He's kind of fidgeting a little bit, and he goes to look at you, and he just kind of like sits there, stares at you for a little bit.
Torog's tongs! And he like falls back on his butt because he wasn't expecting for Titan to come back.
Titan crawls on top of you.
He'll give him some pats. There's a good boy. I'm happy to have you back. I don't know what's going on, but it's amazing.
He does that thing that beetles do with their wings, where they don't like fly,
They
but
flutter
like
a little
flutter
bit.
Their wings
Yeah,
a
they
little bit.
flutter a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. And you're even in the chapel, so if you wanted to do the restoration, you could do that as well.
You still seem a bit wobbly. Let's have a cleric take a look at you, and he'll go find a cleric to look at.
Yep. Just so that you are aware, having restoration cast to remove a negative level would be 1,000 gold plus the actual services, which would be...
Oh, great heavens. I don't have that much money. Can you put it on my tab, or...
It would be a total of 1,360 gold pieces.
We have that
Okay.
in the party funds, so we'll take it out of party funds.
I like to think you go up and they're like, I'm sorry, but this is a Church of Abadar.
Yeah,
we don't-
Okay, fine.
Oh, come on! They would work on credit. I'd vouch for them.
It's like, oh, we can do credit, but there's a 10% interest per hour.
Compound hourly? Come on,
Goodness
monthly,
gracious.
monthly, please, monthly. At worst.
But yeah, you over the course of however much time, you can amass the funds to have it cast from the party funds.
Yeah, I've got party funds. So.
Not my party funds. I don't break Titan back. I refuse.
Yeah, Jessup goes to buy something later and reaches in, and the party funds are gone from his pouch. 'Cause that's how it works. With shadow works, your
You make it
inventory.
sound like all of you have like a collective, like a linked, like handy haversack.
Yeah.
So you can go into your own handy haversack, and it's the party funds right in there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a magic item that
we-
needs to be made.
We've
I think it
discussed
is.
this.
I think it does exist. The
Linked money. That's what it needs to be.
Yeah,
so-
I mean, Hursk could come find Kieran and ask for money, and Kieran, being a follower of Abadar, would be like, there may be a withdrawal fee on that.
That goes to Kieran?
Yeah.
Also, it goes to Kieran. The money that Hursk helped acquire was through
He's
the
like,
withdrawal fee.
She could take 10% party funds and put
Yeah.
it into his own pocket.
as party
That's an
treasurer, I am entitled to certain benefits.
Don't you know I work I make more than minimum wage over here, okay?
Right.
There is something else Kieran wants to do though. If
Okay.
there's time. And if
It's
Hursk
only
gets
5
finished, I
hours
don't
to
want
do
to
your thing.
step on toes.
No, dude.
I'm done. I don't remember how to increase Titan's health points. I don't remember how that works for him.
It goes by. You just take. Okay, so how many hit dice does he have?
D8.
It's a D8, but so you're 10th level, so he has 9 hit dice. So 9 times 4.5.
Yeah, I remember his is like a
Rounded
weird
down.
calculation. Yeah.
Yeah, because they take the average,
Right.
and the average is 4.5. I just typed in. Didn't need me to type that in. So 9 times 4.5 is so basically 40, and then his con. What is his con?
His con is 16.
So that would be another 3 hit points per hit die. So
It's another
40 plus 9 times 3 would be 67.
Yep.
And I don't think he has anything that would increase it beyond that. So I
Okay.
believe 67 is what he should be at.
Got it. Perfect. Sorry.
But yeah, so Hursk has the whole day, really, because that would only take maybe an hour at most. All of you succeeded on your checks, so you could flavor aid if you want, or you could do something else, like
Oh.
walk around the streets all day.
Kieran's going to do something else.
Okay.
Just
It
walk
won't take
around.
that long.
Just walk around the streets all day.
I
Don't worry about it.
don't trust Kieran. I'm telling you. He's up to no good. He's up to no good.
Yeah, Kieran, what's your plan? What are you doing?
Okay. So Kieran finishes up his, just talking with the townspeople, and he's going to kind of continue that as he's walking through the streets, and he's going to eventually go back to the spot where the combat took place the night before.
Yes.
And he kind of mutters to himself and he says, "Never before did I think I would be doing this here in this place." And then he will walk over to the well and spend 10 minutes casting Make Whole on it.
Oh, okay. I did not know where that was going.
So he is
I
going
had
to
no idea where we were going to take that.
he is going to fix the well and then he will leave. And
Okay.
he's trying to do it. I'm sure there's people around because it's in the middle of houses and stuff, but he's trying to do it as incognito as he can.
Yeah, so you're casting Make Whole. It takes 10 minutes to do it. So you're trying to be incognito as you enchant and wave your arms around, and you're casting this spell by the well. You can see as you're doing that, there's a couple that are arguing pretty loudly by what seems to be a burned flower garden. They're very distressed. And then about halfway through the spell, an old man kind of walks up beside you. He's got a cane, so he's kind of leaning on it. He doesn't say anything. He just stands there perfectly still and just watches you as you're making whole on the well. And you finish casting the spell, and he still doesn't say anything. He's just looking at it. He just kind of silently nods.
Can you just keep this between the two of us?
Just, what? Who are you?
Perfect. Right.
Perfect.
You didn't see anything here. It was just a performance, right? Yeah.
Oh, speak up.
Oh, yeah, right. Nice to meet you, Kieran. Good to meet you. You may not want to be here in a couple of days, so if you can, evacuate, maybe better for you, or just find a place to hole up for who knows how long. Bad things might happen.
Oh, my grandfather built this well.
Ah, right. How did it fall into such disrepair?
What?
disrepair.
Oh. Well, my father and I didn't really care about it. So it just started to get bad.
Great. So who should I send the bill to for fixing it?
I can't hear you. He turns and immediately begins to move away before you can say the bill again. I don't know what you're saying.
You know, if I was a true follower of Abadar, I would have charged you.
I don't have any money, he says in the distance, which is weird because he shouldn't have been able to hear you from that far away. He immediately
Whatever.
goes into his house and closes the door.
Kieran makes a mental note of his house and reaches for his wand of fireball and then puts it away.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
Just kidding.
dramatic.
Just kidding.
That's
Just kidding.
dramatic.
I knew I
The
didn't
camera-
No.
The camera pans as we go into the house, and you see him. We see him, and he's whispering, "Haha, joke's on him. This is my neighbor's house."
Just walks into his neighbor's house.
Anyways,
Okay.
yes. So you
Anyway.
can cast Make Whole on
Yes.
the well.
Yes.
Okay.
So we can close that story, that plot line.
Unfortunately, it's going to take 10 castings, so you'll have
I've
to do
got
this for the next 10
7,
days.
so I can stand here for almost an hour and a
I'm
half.
joking. Yeah. So
Joke's on
you
us,
are
that
able
wasn't the right
to
well.
Yeah,
you are
right.
able to fix the well. I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna. Yeah, why not? I'm
Give
gonna
us a
do a
point.
thing.
Give
It's
us a
not
point.
by the rules.
Defense point.
One
I'm gonna
defense
give
point.
some defense points. You've secured a reliable source of water for
Yes!
the
Yes!
Yes.
Well done, sir.
Oh yeah.
Why
Or
the
we could
heck
have given
not?
Sarah advantage on her next roll tomorrow if Kieran wanted to try to support the town.
That's
I-
another thing, Jason, is off topic, but also not for rolling or anything. But I could use Make Whole if there's, just for flavor, if there's spots in the wall that are in a bit of disrepair. I have 7 second level spells, so I could essentially just blow them all, just kind of walking on the outside of the wall, trying to shore up any of the, I don't know where that there may be
Yeah,
cracks
if you
in
wanted,
the
if you wanted to
foundation.
do that, I would probably treat it as I would just do an automatic aid another.
Okay. Yeah,
like
that's
not have to roll for it, just an automatic +2.
okay. Yep. Would that work for aiding if Hursk wanted to do something, or would that have to be like the thing that he's doing?
If Make Whole is applicable to whatever it is he's doing.
Okay, probably not, but okay, cool.
Okay. Anything else that you guys wanted to do that day?
Actually, yeah, Jessup wants to stop by the potion shop because he's got a fancy dance receipt for his
Indeed.
potion of fly.
Yeah, so you go over to Dominic's. I believe it was Dominic's that you went to. And you walk in, you hand over the receipt. It doesn't look like it's Dominic that's there. It's somebody else, probably an intern. You're not sure. Do you think Jessup spends a lot of time in potion shops in the past? Would you be familiar, do you think, with like everybody who runs the shops?
I mean, probably not everybody. He's infrequent
Okay.
because he travels all around, so he could go to other potion shops.
Yeah.
So I think he might know the main people who've been there a while, but I don't know if he knows the lesser knowns, I guess.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like it's Dominic this time, but it's a younger woman there who's behind the desk. But you go up and you show the receipt, and she nods and goes back real quick and comes back and puts the potion on the counter for you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes. Will that be all?
I believe so. Do you have other potential healing potions and things in stock if we want to come back to buy some by chance?
I can check. We don't usually have too many healing potions. They go pretty fast, but I can see. And she goes back, and she can find a cure light wounds that's left behind. But for too much more than that, you'd have to probably ask around at the temple or maybe even the general goods.
The church shop?
Yeah, but they do have one there.
No, that's all right. I was just curious, but if we want to come back and potentially buy it, assuming it doesn't get scooped up, I appreciate it.
All right. Yeah.
And Jessup leaves.
Okay.
Funny thing. I was actually thinking about going to pick it up the other day, but I was nervous because I was like, I hope to goodness Jason doesn't have one of the freaking doppelgangers look like me go in and take that stupid potion. I was like, I've been so salty if I lost 750 gold.
It'd be hilarious.
I don't think they were aware of your.
Well, I don't know what they may or may not have been aware of.
I do like to think though that was Jessup has been stressed this whole time. Not
I
because
was
of
actually
anything,
as
it
a
was
player and
just
stuff
that.
like, oh my gosh, like what if they stole that?
That was the only thing he was stressed about the whole time.
Yeah, not about dying or anything or his son dying. It's
Yeah.
just mostly that potion. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I don't really think there's anything. I think Justin might just go back and chit chat and check up with the mayor to see how he's holding up, and then just kind of go and afterwards kind of kick back and relax, maybe with the Rangers, just kind of get some downtime.
Okay.
Time.
Yeah.
I don't know where
Sounds
my
good.
son is, but we're not gonna worry about that.
Anything special you wanted to do, Gideon, after your work, or?
No, just spend some time in quiet reflection and prayer. Mechanically, he is learning Celestial, but I see it as just kind of this long era of meditation where he becomes closer to the divine.
Right. Yeah. So each of you.
He asks
Take-
Milani as part of his daily questions, will I learn Celestial? And the answer is unclear.
No, it's yes, and he gets it right away.
Jessup did the same thing, but with Orcish, just because.
Orcish?
Yeah, there's orcs in the area.
Interesting.
That was the army that attacked Long Shadow. I think the first time where the Pathfinder
Well-
had to help.
Yeah. Also, the warden of the jail is a half orc. So.
So there you go.
Yeah, no, but yeah, 100%. Jessup hasn't. Oh yeah, Jessup. Gideon hasn't been learning this. Like, it's not like he's been picking it up slowly, like how a lot of us learned Goblin. I really do just see it like he gets closer as he follows the path of Milani and just gets divine insight to be able to commune better.
That's
I
what
like to
happened
think
with
of
Rowan.
I like to think of Jessup where he knew a lot of the languages and stuff. We went on his travels when he was much younger with the Rangers, but then over time he just wasn't using them as frequently and just kind
Yeah.
of like got super rusty. Maybe he could like flavor pick up a word or two through some of the stuff that things were saying, but not enough to piece it together. But then he kind of starts actually studying and brushing up on some material. And oh yeah,
He's always been a polyglot.
Okay. So you guys spend the day going through your various activities, and maybe you all eventually end up at the pub or whatnot to meet with everybody and have maybe a mini celebration, since the day occurred without any negative events for once in a long time. And are you guys gonna spend your day at the manor again? Are you going back to your individual rooms? What's the plan for the night?
I think if Hursk was still fine with boarding up with Jessup, I think that he would still maybe recommend that they could both take their night's rest, but do the shifts.
Yeah. Hursk be
He can hang out with Titan too. The Titan.
Yeah.
Okay. So you two are both going back there. What about Gideon and Kieran? Gideon, you were always with the mayor, so.
Nothing changes.
Yeah, Kieran is going to go back to the inn, to the room, and he's going to collect his things.
Leave
and
town.
yeah, he's going to leave town in the dead of night. He's going to collect his things and effectively check out of that room. But he's going to check into a different room, but he's not going to stay there for the night. But he basically asks the clerk if there's a different available room, and then he puts down gold for like a week's stay in that room, which I don't know how much that would be.
The clerk kind of looks at you quizzically, not sure why, but they do have a different room
Okay.
And they kind of ask questions like, was there something about the room that was not to your satisfaction? Is there something we can do? Like that sort of thing. And but yeah, if you want to change rooms, that is easy enough to do.
Yep, he will just kind of like laugh it off and haha, no, nothing's wrong, just like a change of pace, variety, and he will, I don't know how much gold you want me to knock off for that for like a week, but he would do that, and then he would actually go stay with the mayor for the night.
Let's see, services and lodgings. So an inn, I'd say this is a common inn. So for a week, that would be 3 gold and 5 silver.
Okay, he will just give them
20.
5 gold, and so he probably has already been staying there for a while, so he effectively would just give them 10 gold.
Okay. Yeah. You do that, and I gotta say, you are really throwing me for a loop this session. I don't know what's going through your mind, but I'm curious.
Well,
So-
for that, I think he just has bad memories from that room now.
Gotcha. Okay.
And so he wants to distance himself from the dreams that he
Gotcha.
had. So he's really just trying to get a change of pace, but in the short term, he's going to stay at the mayor's just because he was split from the party when it happened. So he wants to be at least, Gideon's there, the mayor's there, at least to be in some semblance of a group just in case something like this does happen. But then if he needs to have that room, he wants to make sure he's got a room reserved.
I had in my mind that you had some elaborate plan, and this was like the first step in some master, like.
I wish I could say I
like,
was that
book
smart.
6, you were gonna be like, do you remember that room?
That room. I hid something in that room. No,
Okay. So,
I don't have any ulterior motives. I wish I did, but I can't think that far ahead.
So yeah, you guys all make your way back to the places that you are going to rest for the night. And Jessup, you would actually see when you get back to your homestead, because you said you were going to your homestead with Hursk, correct?
Yeah.
So you'd see when you get back there, at around midnight, you hear commotion at the front entrance of the front door.
Oh no.
Who's I don't know. I guess at that time, are Hursk and Jessup both awake, or?
It depends on if you think you'd be awake at. Hursk's perception is probably as high or higher than yours, so both of you would hear the noise.
Okay. So Jessup will kind of look up quick and somewhat defensively and kind of Hursk.
Yeah, I hear it as well.
Does the door open?
Yeah. So you guys are in the living room then?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, if you guys are in the living room, then the door opens. Do you lock it?
No, Jessup's not that smart.
Okay. So yeah, the door opens, and you see. I imagine there aren't any lights on, so you see what appears to be a figure in the doorway. Hursk can see just fine who it is.
If the door opens, he will cast dancing lights.
Okay, so you cast dancing lights, and this figure, it looks to be a very young man who has fairly dark skin, like unnaturally dark skin. And as soon as you cast dancing lights, he like raises his hand to his eyes. He says, "Well, for goodness sakes, what's going on? Who is that? You, Dad? What are you doing? Turn the bloody lights off."
I'm sorry. And he will kind of move. He'll keep them on, but he will move them like further to the back of the house just so it kind of is more dim.
Yeah. You see him still squinting a little bit, but he puts his hand down, and you can see now in the light that it does appear to be Rizarin.
Oh, son, you're home. Been
Yeah.
some time.
Yeah, I guess it has. I wasn't expecting you to be back.
I guess I can't blame you for that. Here, this is my friend Hursk. This is his beetle, Titan. I'm assuming this massive beetle is just like sitting in the corner of the house.
I like to think that when they're not like traveling or anything, Hursk probably just props himself up on Titan, like
Like a
leans
boulder or
against
something.
him. Yeah, like a boulder. He just leans against Titan.
Right. Is he another one of your ranger friends?
No. No, he is not. We actually met him when we got out of the forest to make it back home. Do you wanna chat for a bit?
To be honest, I've been walking for a while. I'm kind of tired. I think I'm just gonna go up to my room.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll be here.
Yep. He makes his way up the stairs.
Charging
know-
battery.
Jessup invited Hursk over to the house awkwardly one time. One time.
You can call
Oh,
me
this
daddy.
I live here now. Okay, that's the
The poor podcast people have no idea what we're writing in chat. It's probably better it stays that way.
Yeah, I don't think they
Jessup
need
is
to know
sleeping
what you
just in
guys
his
are.
underwear. It's really awkward.
It's awkward. Neither one of them has their like full clothing on. This
Hursk
was
and I enjoy one with
unexpected.
nature.
This was unexpected.
It's,
Yeah,
Yeah, so
he
that
kind of
happens
call me
around
daddy.
midnight, so you're kind of woken up by that. But
awkwardly looks at Hursk going, so that was my son.
I don't really
Uh,
see a resemblance, but humans all look the same.
Yeah, he's kind of a half humanoid. Anywho, yeah, we kind of don't talk much.
Oh, he's half human.
Well, he's half elf.
Oh,
Yeah, my wife was elf.
oh,
No.
oh, that's fantastic.
I love elves.
Well, I'm okay.
Yeah, so well, I'll just go back to bed here. But
Probably
now that I got
okay.
woken up and reminded, I'm not at full HP, so I'm just gonna cast a spell or two on myself to heal up, just because coincidentally I'm awake before my spell slots recharge. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop and just go to bed.
okay, yeah, okay. So the night goes by. There are no other interruptions that occur. Again, peaceful night, no dreams. And you awaken the next day. So this would be the final. We're not on the final day, are we? We still have a day after today, right?
Yes, we should have 2 more days.
So we have this day and then another day. Okay.
Correct.
So you guys can choose what checks you want to roll for this day then.
Hursk would want to talk to Jessup.
Okay.
So, a little taken aback last night. I didn't expect your son to show up.
Oh, I thought you were gonna talk about how I slept in my underwear. But anyway, yeah, what's up?
Oh, I mean, I also sleep in my underwear. That's not strange.
Well, I couldn't. Well, I mean,
I
yeah, but only
completely
one of us has dark vision, so it's only awkward for one side here.
Well, listen, other than the weird scar on your butt, I don't have a problem.
I don't wear a thong, Hursk.
That's fair. So you and your son aren't real close? Is that what you said?
Yeah,
Is there a reason why?
well, so I was recruited in the Rangers at a fairly young age. That's coincidentally how I had met my wife when I was out doing Ranger stuff. And
Was she a ranger?
no, I kind of awkward. I just kind of found her injured by the road on one of my travels heading down to like Phaendar area, and kind of healed her up. And she just thought I was funny looking, whatever. Kind of hit it off.
Oh.
So yeah, so she knew I was a ranger, and so I met her from time to time as I traveled to the area she was staying, and then just kind of developed from there. But fell in love, at Resvern and all that. But I was really always tied to my ranger duties, so I wasn't really home a lot. And
Is he a ranger?
I actually set out to try to get him initiated, but that didn't work out very well. But Brock, who he's kind of around a little bit. He was actually one of my ranger buddies. He's been kind of training him up a little bit in my absence, so I think he probably views Brock more of a dad than me. But I think he's kind of
sorry to bring this up.
No,
sorry.
I think he just kind of always resented me for never being home, and then when my wife died, and I think he was just kind of upset that I wasn't here for when she passed, and he kind of blames me a little bit. I don't blame him. But
well, I mean, better late than never. You're here now. Maybe you guys can reconnect.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Yeah, good idea. Hey, once we get around here, why don't you head out and I'll see if maybe I can have a little chit chat.
Yeah. I'm gonna go talk to some of the townsfolk again. Maybe try and teach them first aid again.
Oh, yeah.
You got any pointers you could give me, or anything like that?
Sure. Well, yeah, I can give you some pointers, and then I'm actually gonna let me think about this. If I give you pointers, coincidentally, I can't help with the wall. It's weird. It's weird. It kind of exhausts my mental state.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, logistically, from Yeah,
I understand. Completely. Yeah, no, I understand.
But good luck.
I'll do my best. Okay.
Yeah. Go buy a book of first aid or something.
Yep, and then Hursk and Titan will make their way back to town. I can't work on
just show them how you resurrected a beetle as part of your first aid. This is how you give a beetle CPR.
Okay. Yep. So Hursk can make his way out to try to do that last townsfolk readiness. And Jessup, you are gonna stay back for a little bit and maybe chat with your son. Kieran and Gideon, what's up with you? Because Gideon, you can't do militia drills anymore. So what else you plan on doing?
Oh,
Nothing. You.
nothing. He's all his focus on is just in preparation for the day. I guess one last thing he would like to do, is there any spot that would handle like letters or messages or anything like that?
Yeah, they would have a post office somewhere in town. Yeah.
Yeah, he is going to write a letter to Last Wall.
We also have bird feather tokens. Can they go that far?
I don't know.
We have sending. I don't know how far that is. Don't we have 2 more scrolls of sending?
Yeah, so a token that carries a small bird that can be used to deliver a small written message unerringly to a designated target. The token lasts as long as it takes to carry the message. So we have 6 of those if you want to use one of those.
Yeah, if the party doesn't mind, he will use a bird feather token, and he will send a letter to go back to be read to his commanding officer and also his mentor from back there, basically explaining everything that he has done, explaining the upcoming fight, and basically addressing that he thinks he's on the right path, and he wishes each of them well, but he knows that he's made the right choice, basically.
Okay.
Kieran is probably going to spend the first part of this day selling items that we've picked up, because I realize we've got a bunch just sitting in the haversack. So I'll have to look and see the stats. So the purchase limit is 15,000. So no one item. Is that how it works, or no?
Correct.
So
you
could
cannot
I
sell any item whose singular value is beyond that limit.
Okay, and that's going off of like full value, not sale
Yes.
value, right? Okay.
Yes.
So the only item that we have that's over that is the Staff of Fire. So
I mean, you can still sell it, but you won't get full
Right, but how does that work if we have like 3 + 1 bastard swords? Because they're each 7,005 gold, but there's 3 of them, so collectively they're over that.
I think technically it doesn't matter. It's weird how it works. I think it's just that is there to prevent you from selling like an artifact in Phaendar type of a thing.
Okay.
So
Do you want me to log all of this stuff that I'm selling, or how do you want me to go about doing that?
as long as you're not a filthy cheater, I don't care.
I don't know rest of the party if there's anything like. Do you want me to go over the things that I had planned to sell?
Hursk is using money without asking Jessup. Gideon is using the bird feather without permission. So I guess you just sell whatever you want.
Okay, I will do that then.
That was
I
Hursk's
assumed
revenge.
that, yeah.
His revenge for you forgetting about him. He's like, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm just going to
taking
use
that.
the party funds.
I figured if it's in the party inventory, it's probably nothing that anybody wants. So
Except the mallet of building. Does anybody think that'll come in handy ever?
Jessup actually would want that because
Okay.
I'm going to see if there's something I can do with it on the wall.
Okay. All right, that's fair.
You're
So
obsessed.
not to run this up, I'm just going to go through these quickly. So 3 bastard swords, 3 + 1 breastplates, 2 + 1 composite longbows, + 1 flaming scorpion whip, amulet of natural armor +1, 7 cloaks of resistance, 2 large opals, masterwork chain shirt, 1 ring of protection +1, and 9 thunderstones. So that's what I'm planning on selling.
Ring of protection +1 is all.
Yes. Okay. Carry on. So that's how Kieran's going to spend the first half of the day, is just offloading these items and giggling with glee at all this gold that he's getting collectively for the party. And then for the rest of the day, I think he'll probably try to capitalize on his success from yesterday with the defenses. So he would try to do the defenses again and again, casting his make whole on different things, and even inside the town, not necessarily the walls, but like if there's anything else within the town that fixing it would help with this, he would do that.
Okay. So you're going for internal defenses today.
Yes. So
Okay.
this will be another diplomacy 24.
Okay.
Gideon.
And Hursk, you can go ahead and roll your townsfolk readiness as well.
Can I give myself guidance before rolling it for the skill check?
I'm gonna say no to that
Jason's
one.
like, no, that's trash.
That one, I don't like that one.
Would you if you had the a healer's kit?
The healer's kit would just add to his actual skill.
Right.
So yeah,
I don't have a healer's kit.
So you can go buy one. I think it's what's that, 50 or 100 gold, something like that.
I think it's 50 gold for a healer's kit.
You
It
know
gives
what?
you a +2 circumstance bonus, I think, on heal skill.
I'm gonna grab one before going.
That's. I think I said first aid kit, but that's what I meant was to buy that
excellent
healer's kit. You
Gideon.
got to show them the different
pieces of a
tools.
healer's kit. Yeah. I like it.
Afterward,
Really, a two. Really,
that's so sad.
Was the
is that
+2
with
in there?
the healer's kit?
that's with the healer's kit.
Ah.
Come on.
Marvelous.
A
Marvelous.
2 on the die.
You're just not good at CPR, my
Hers says,
friend.
yeah, this is scissors for cutting. Yeah, and then
For cutting.
this pokey thing here.
Gideon
And
will
then-
This
go ahead
wrap
with
bandage.
the second half of his day. He will try to gather reinforcements from some of the other freed slaves and previous groups of survivors.
So that's fine. I would like to bring up, I should have brought this up before we started rolling for these. So you can only do 3. So if Jessup planned on doing the walls,
Oh, that was it. So we can't do 4. So it's fine if I don't.
yeah,
do
the
any
party
of
can
it.
collectively do 3 actions
You
a
could
day.
flavorfully do it though, that you're still working. with
Yeah.
the
Yeah, you can
slave
flavor
stuff.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, he's still training recruits and still working towards getting more people and training the militia. His daily routine, I think, has been largely unchanged, even though the mechanical benefits have stopped.
Okay. So that brings it, I think, just back to Jessup. We can do your role play, and then after that, you can roll your check on the walls.
Yeah, so I guess do I know if Rizwan's still in his room? Is like the door shut or something?
The door is shut, but you do hear a periodic noise on the other side, like something hitting the wall.
So he'll kind of knock on the door. Hey, Rizwan, you in there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you had a couple minutes. Just wanted to chat real quick. Had something important to talk about.
Sure. Door's not locked.
He'll open up.
You open the door and you see he's actually lying back on his bed. He's kind of propped up a little bit against the back of the bed, and he's got a knife in his hand, and he's actually got a series of knives, and he's just kind of like tossing them at a target that like a wooden target that's actually affixed to the wall opposite the room, and you can see that it's hitting the wall, hitting the target, and like there's currently like 5 knives in there, and they're almost all like centered right around the bullseye.
Oh, looks like Brock's been teaching you pretty well.
Yeah, I've been doing this a while.
I bet. So, yeah, it's good to see you back here. So I don't know if did Brock anybody kind of fill you in about the impending doom on Long Shadow here in a couple days?
Yeah, he said something. He didn't say a whole lot, because I came back so late, but he said something was going on.
So, yeah, this is kind of tough for me to kind of chat about with you. But long story short, here I actually left here recently. By recently, a few weeks ago. So I was actually going to see if maybe I could get you recruited into the Rangers. Put some of that skill into action. For Nemethos and all of that, and actually ran into a lot of trouble. The Ironfang Legion, if you've heard about them, pretty much slaughtered almost all the Rangers we have left, and then actually they're on the way here to take over Long Shadow. We got about 2 days, and I think there's about an army of about 1,000 or so.
He kind of looks at you, and it's trying to gauge all that. He's like, okay. I'll be honest, none of your other expeditions or anything really had a whole lot of danger to them, so that's a lot all at once. Is there something you want me to do?
Well, kind of stay safe, really, and didn't know if maybe you wanted to help out and defend the good old town of Long Shadow alongside us.
I mean, like maybe I can go out at night or something, but I'm not a big fan of going into town during the day.
I know, but there won't be a town left in a couple days if we don't succeed.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I haven't really felt like I've been a part of this town all that much, but you probably wouldn't be too aware of that.
Guess not. Not really. But I do love you, kid. Hope you know that. But yeah, I hope you want to help out here, and I know that you're not a fan of everybody, and people treating you and looking at you different, but this could be a golden opportunity for you to kind of show them your stuff and show them you are somebody not to be looked at, but looked up to.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'll think about it.
Okay. Well, I'm going into town. We don't really have a lot of time left, so maybe after we can go out, have a drink or something, or dinner, or just talk more. Watch you throw knives.
Yeah, we'll see. The Pathfinders that I was out with are still in town. They wanted to talk a bit, so I don't know if I'll be busy or not, but I'll let you know.
All right. Well, it was a good talk. Appreciate it, and I'll see you later. He
Yep.
shuts the door and kind of whispers under his breath, I think that could have mildly gone better. Time to go build a wall. I'm good at that. Build a wall around emotions. Let's go.
Not my real dad.
So yeah, you can roll your check on the wall.
So, Jessup would like to use the hammer, give that to the crew, to be able to help put the wall together at a faster pace. Let's say maybe cut the time down by a third.
So the hammer only does 100 like nail equivalents. So I
That's
could
one
see
per minute.
you could maybe cut it down like an hour.
I was just gonna do because investigative mind cuts it. It would be
Yeah.
I'd only have to use 2 versus 3. It doesn't matter. I will still flavor give them the hammer, maybe to give myself a potential circumstance bonus for my advantages.
Jesse.
Oh,
you need
I'm
the
so
advantage
glad I
that time.
spent those. Okay.
Yeah, so 13 and
Jessup's
a
obviously
15.
he did really good the first day, coming out a little distracted from his mild conversations, and then but just by the hair of my chin.
Okay, yeah. So the second day, you guys all go out, do your tasks again. Are there any other final moments that day that you wanted to go over?
No.
We've attempted 3 now, right?
You have now attempted 3. You have a single day left. There are a total of 6 possible actions that can still be done, but you can only do 3 of them tomorrow.
And you're updating that currently on the journal.
Yes. Yep.
So we can see what's left.
The handout is up to date. Yes.
Oh crap! Where is that under?
It's under the book
There it is.
3 handouts, Long Shadow Defenses.
Jay,
So-
City walls. Okay.
as the day approaches, Gideon's going to use his commune to try to figure out where the best location for him and the party to be might be as far as which gate. And I'm sure it might be unclear and it depends on their knowledge, but he's just going to ask and we can figure that out later, whether the north gate or the east or south.
Yeah, so if you were to do that, I'll just give you like a general sense of things.
Yeah, that's what he's looking
You would basically get the response that the southern gate is probably not as important as the northern gate and the eastern gate, I believe, if I am recalling correctly.
for. Mm-hmm. And he asked if we should split the party.
Crap, unclear.
No, Jason would be like, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, for reasons that you'll be aware of later, it doesn't really matter because you'll end up,
In the same spot.
because
Foreshadowing.
it uses the similar rules to how things went in Rise of the Rune Lords at Sandpoint,
Yeah.
where it
Ah,
is very much not that, but it is along the same lines of that.
Chances
They're not even
are
breaking walls.
you'll see them move to where they are and have time. It's
Yeah,
not like they're
so-
gonna do a 2-front attack or
Yeah, even if you started out in different areas, you'd
end up
you'd
the
end
same.
you'd end up in the same place.
Okay,
So, okay,
I agree with those.
So-
votes.
you guys go back to your individual rooms again, I assume.
Imagine that we'd all meet up for dinner or something,
Yeah.
and Kieran would be like, "Oh, Titan's back. That's really neat, Hursk. How'd you do that?"
I had a dream that I brought him back, and I went to the temple to visit his body, and I just kind of touched him, and he came back. He woke up. He's still not tip top, but he's alive. It seems.
Oh, maybe it was a blessing by the gods themselves. He takes a sip and realizes that there are only dregs left in his beer.
I'm glad your dream came true, seemingly. I'm also glad that my dreams do not come true. How was your evening? Did you sleep well? Any activity or anything going on?
Is Jessup with us?
I'm gonna say no just for this conversation because I want to see where it goes.
I wanted to hear what
was-
kind of activity.
Pretty
Oh, shush you!
pretty bland, but me and Jessup were just hanging out at his house and doing what bros do, and his son showed up. That was awkward.
Right. I remember him talking about a son. I guess I didn't really strike me that he'd be here.
I never
That's
realized
weird.
he had one.
What's he like? Does he take after Jessup?
Yeah, they look almost identical.
Really? That's unfortunate for him.
Oh,
Oh,
Kieran, that's
oh!
I'm just kidding. You know, it's all in good fun.
Jessup just like unknowingly starts having like a stroke in the street. Like, oh, what?
I like to think that this is when Jessup arrives at the table. Hey, Jessup!
Hey, Jessup, how's your perception? Not very good. Good.
Although I'm told that he's a half elf. His son is. I guess Jessup's wife was an elf. I don't think I realized that.
Sure, I knew about that. I haven't really asked too many questions about his wife. It's a sensitive subject, I think. I haven't wanted to really pry, but I guess it would have been evident by his son.
Yeah, but like I said, they look almost identical. You can't even tell them apart.
Saying, well, I'd like to meet him. He's probably around my age or so, maybe a bit younger. I'm not sure.
I don't know. I'm not good with human ages. I'm not good with those.
Well, I guess that begs the question: do half elves age at the same rate as humans? I don't know if I've ever thought about that. Really, Gideon, do you know?
About the same, yeah.
Oh, is it about the same? All right. Well, maybe we're about the same age then. I don't know. Jessup seems like he could be the age of my father.
We're touched with some of the longevity of our elven halves, but we won't live for centuries like they might.
Wait. We, Gideon?
Well, yes.
Wait, what?
And he kind of pulls his hair back, and yeah, you can see he's changed cloaks a while ago, so he no longer appears humanoid, but maybe something you didn't notice. Yeah,
Well, you have to always wear that helmet. I mean, even when we're eating, you have the helmet on all the time.
yeah, it's a safety precaution, a bad habit I picked up. Yeah,
I'm just kidding. I've noticed for a while, but again, it's not something that really you just bring up in conversation. Sensitive
no.
subjects and all.
Oh, there was a reason.
What did we notice?
Oh, he's a half elf.
Yeah.
Who is?
Gideon is.
Oh. Okay.
Like Hursk said, we all look the same to him, so I'm sure it did
Pretty-
make no difference.
Pretty much.
Interesting. Well, maybe we'll get to meet him. Maybe Jessup will introduce him to us.
Yeah, I wouldn't bring it up. Doesn't seem like they're on too friendly of terms. So I probably wouldn't bring it up, but that's just me.
As you say that, Kieran's eyes kind of narrow a little bit, and he just nods.
A sore subject?
Oh, hey guys! Am I late?
Oh, no, you're fine. We've only started the first course. How are you, Jessup?
Oh, dandy. Getting that wall together.
You were successful today? No problems?
Yeah, we did it.
Right. Hey, I heard you have a son and he showed up at your house.
Oh dear Lord.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Great. Well, where is he? Were you going to introduce him to us?
Oh yeah, I think he was actually meeting some Pathfinder people that he's been hanging out with. I don't know what they're doing, but probably some cool stuff.
Oh,
Cool
if he's
stuff.
One of the famed Pathfinders. You must be proud. I'm sure.
Yep.
Right. Interesting. Well, that's neat. It's probably been a while since you've seen him, right?
Yep.
Huh.
I hate to be so direct, Jessup, but you seem a bit less talkative than normal. Everything okay with your son?
Oh yeah, fine. I just still have a little bit of that mild kind of charisma damage. That's all.
You know, if you go shopping at the church, they could probably take care of that for you.
Yeah, you should have brought something up. If you got out of school of it, I could have cast it for you.
That's all right. I think coincidentally one more good night's sleep and I'll be back to my good old self.
That's
I think-
very convenient.
Today
very.
was half-price scrolls at the church.
Yeah,
Am I right?
Yep.
It was a sale, 50% off.
That's what they said.
That doesn't sound like a follow to Abaddon to me.
It
No,
wasn't
you're
the
right,
Church
it
of
doesn't.
Abaddon, no.
Oh, right. No, it was some shady-looking guy. Says he worships Hadragash or something, but I'm sure it's all
Yeah.
the same.
Oh yeah, no. Don't worry about that.
So-
Milani, forgive my jest.
So we got one more day to kind of get some things bolstered up here.
Yeah, it hasn't really sunk in, I think. I don't know. I don't feel nervous about it, but probably should be. I mean, this is a big deal. It's
I think
the
these last
calm
2
before the
days have
storm.
been a lot more relaxing for some reason.
Right. Well, it's interesting. Most of the fighting that we've done has been sprung upon us. We haven't really had time to think about it, but to have this kind of looming over our heads it's eerie. It's eerie that we're sitting here enjoying drinks when, in 2 days we could all be dead.
Jessup will kind of look around the inn or wherever we're at and just kind of look around to the other patrons that are there. Can he hear or see? Does everything like it's going on normally, kind of like Kieran said, or does it seem like people might be getting a little bit more nervous, or what's I guess the feel?
Go ahead and roll a sense motive.
I'll participate in this. My own check. I won't aid, but I want to get a
I
read.
will not.
Also, will not.
I'm consistent.
I'm average.
So, Gideon, you're looking around and people, they have smiling faces. They seem to be acting fairly optimistic. Jessup, you're looking at them and you can tell that while they appear optimistic, it is kind of like an optimistically tense sort of situation. Like you can see most of their smiles are half fake. Like they're trying to make an optimistic look at things, but there's definitely a level of tension that is noticeable for you.
The hour approaches.
This is the same place we named, right? I forget the name that we call it.
Yeah, the oh crap, what did we call it?
The
Something-
fresh flask.
Yeah, the fresh flask.
Fresh
Yes.
Flask. Have we seen the mayor at all? Has he been coming? Or not really?
He has been coming. He doesn't seem to be there today.
Okay. I just didn't know if he's like held up all like crazy, knowing that he had 3 serial killers
No,
with him for
yeah.
weeks on end.
You've seen him for a while. It seems like he's slowly getting back on his feet a little bit, but it did seem to be quite a bit of a shock to him.
So, well, Jessup will kind of just keep his voice down. It's impending doom here for some people, for sure, but we just got to make the best of it. We can't really too much about what's going to happen tomorrow or the day after, otherwise you kind of ruin the moment now.
As few as
Or
possible, Jessup.
If this had been different circumstances, we probably should have tried to evacuate the town. But I don't know where they'd go.
Well-
Long shadow cannot fall.
You could ask Hursk on that, but I mean, it's treacherous out there in the Hallowed Hills. I don't know how a ton of people would fare. It's probably, with your guys' expertise, probably one of the best defensive positions we could really kind of ask for what it's worth.
Well, I suppose time will tell how things will play out. And hopefully in 2 days' time, we'll all be able to sit back down and have a drink again.
Sounds good. Cheers.
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 Yeah. Cheers.
Kind of tap the glasses and start to drink, and then just mid-drink, Jessup will turn and spit it out. And oh yeah, I heard that the well was fixed. I don't know where they got the money for that.
Really, it was just wasn't it just a couple nights ago that it was broken? That's really weird.
Yeah, we were there. I don't know. Apparently, that they must have gotten the funds around or something.
Okay, that makes me really nervous though, because those creatures were really intent on fixing the well. So now that it's fixed, do you think that they're gonna come up through the well into town? And all the while Kieran's got like sweat running back down the back of his neck, like, oh shoot, did I just fix their entrance point into the town?
Oh,
Jessup will look and be like, "Oh, I mean, it's just a well."
Yeah,
Over to Gideon. We should probably check that later.
yeah, we'll make sure though. I do think if I remember correctly, it did add defense points, so we should be fine.
Oh yes, that intangible number that we've seen on the walls outside of town just keeps going up. That's a good sign, I think.
Well, according to Milani, that's how she's communicated to me our defensive.
Oh yeah,
position.
you should ask. You should use that thing where you commune with your gods and deities and ask them if the well being fixed, good or bad.
I would.
Wheel or
Jessup.
woe?
I would, Jessup, but it's not something you use lightly. Believe it or not, the gods don't like to be talked all the time every day about each little detail. And
Don't you commune with them every day?
Not every day.
Oh.
When it's important. And I
What do you
don't know
ask
where to
them?
go.
Normally,
Direction, guidance, comfort.
like how to get from point A to point B.
Sometimes.
Isn't that trivial?
It depends. It depends on where you're going and why.
Oh, philosophy. I gotcha. More of a metaphorical location.
Yeah. I aim to follow a very, I think, rigid path, and the directions are not always obvious to me. I've told you before, I aim to become one of Milani's exalted. My hope is that I will be able to continue living this life and any other life I might have, defending, well, the small folk of Galarian. I feel very passionately about the people here.
I appreciate it. I hope we just get through the next 2 or 3 days.
Question I had for you, Gideon, though. You worship multiple gods, don't you? I've never really heard of that. Usually it's just one.
Well, yes. When I was raised by the Knights of Lastwall, of course, I was trained in the way of Iomadai, and I served the Inheritor quite well. And I found myself devoted to her cause and protecting the Inner Sea from the undead threats and others that threaten our way of life. But as I grew older, I met a spiritual advisor, I guess you could say, who worshipped one who the Inheritor called Sister, and Milani. And I know that she championed the cause for lots of internal strife within the inner seas, and I learned at a young age that there are many peoples in need of help, and not just the defenders of Lastwall, and I felt particularly called to go elsewhere. But I still have faith in the Inheritor, and I still believe in her vision. I just think that, well, power must be kept in check, and I'm not sure how long good order can be maintained in this world. And so I serve both.
You look over and Kieran's playing with a cat that's in the bar, and he looks, oh, right, yes, right. That sounds great, Gideon. Right. I agree with all that you said.
That's alright, Kieran.
Oh,
No
that's
one else
the
needs-
Bawmaiden's cat, Viscus.
It is my
Yeah.
devotion and my faith. It doesn't need to be understood by others. That's fine.
Yeah, that's one thing I didn't pick up from my education. I don't put much stock in the gods. I know they exist, but they've never served me. All my powers come from me and myself.
Well, some might disagree with you, but let's not debate the philosophies of where arcane knowledge comes from.
Oh no, I want you to convert me right here, right now, Gideon. Give me your best shot.
At proselytization, well, believe it or not, I'm not too interested in it. I believe that it's important for each person to pave their own way, and so long as you don't serve an evil deity, I'll probably be fine with your way of life.
Jessup will do a verbal duel with Kieran.
Kieran's gonna need a couple more pints of ale before he does that.
I mean, as it stands now, Kieran, we don't see eye to eye on everything, but I think you're doing what's right, and, well, here we both are, defending Long Shadow. 2 paths, same place, both doing what's good. That doesn't seem bad to me.
Interesting point. Doing what's right. Sometimes I wonder about that. What is right? What is wrong? How do I know that what I'm doing is right? Or that what I've done in my past is wrong? I don't know.
Man, I just came to get a beer with you guys. You guys are getting deep over here.
Well,
Listen, I'm not deep enough in to get loosened up yet. I need more to drink.
And unfortunately, I'm a talker enough when we do get to religion or philosophy. I don't need drinks to get going.
We can all at least agree that the right thing is to kick some Legion butt in a couple days.
I'll drink to that.
Sure. I'll drink to that. I feel much stronger today than I did yesterday or the day before, so confident that we'll push back this attack. And Jessup, you'll be able to add our heroics to your stories as you continue on spreading our name and heroics as a bard.
Got a lot of stories. Oh, and Kieran, I've been working on this one, and Jessup will kind of make a little space at the bar near the table. And he does the worm.
Oh!
Kieran kind of like has a shocked look, an almost horrified look on his face, and he's like, "Oh!"
Jumps up.
Oh dear, Abadar, what is he doing? Does
I
he
did the
realize
Frampton.
There's other people in here.
They all know me. They can get a good laugh. He kind of whispers, unless they think that we're the only hope, then I maybe just kind of screwed it over.
You're much more lithe than I expected you to be, Jessup.
I feel a lot better today.
Good. All right. Well, we'll need it.
And we will. We will need it.
And
Okay.
the conversation continues long into the night.
Yeah,
Yep.
and it just ends with Gideon really is not interested in converting people to see his same worldview, but he does think that the gods can help people in their lives. And he just gives like a final word to Kieran to basically just, even if you don't put your stock in them, maybe look for their acting hand. They might be there in ways you don't always care to see. Even in the arcane, even in the divine. I think they exist in both.
Just to clarify, like, Kieran isn't Nyari in that he says,
Hates
like,
the
oh, the
gods.
gods don't
Right.
do anything for me, and blah, blah, blah. Like, he totally acknowledges they have powers and that there are
Right.
people who channel those powers. And, Gideon is an example of that. It's just in his own personal life. He's never... Essentially, he doesn't have cleric or divine casting levels. So
gotcha.
he doesn't personally...
Actually, story on that, I used to be cleric.
Is that real?
Really...
Yep.
For
with,
whom?
What's that?
For whom?
Whom did
That's
you
a good
say?
question. I must consult with the GM. Father Nolan, it was
I was
Erastal.
waiting to see if you
Erastal.
figured out.
Erastal.
Erastal.
I was thinking because
No.
I followed Desna, but I'm like, that's not who it was.
Yeah,
It was
Father Nolan was a cleric of Erastal.
That's as bad as
I
when
broke immersion.
was it Hursk asked who what Kieran's dragons?
Yeah,
Kieran's dragon was? I was like,
Babadook. It was the Babadook.
Blubadon.
Were you actually mechanically a cleric though for a
I
little while?
was.
Yeah.
Blubadon the Blue.
So, Blue Badon the Blue. Yeah, so, did you say Elasnus?
Erastal.
Erastal. Not
That's a
Elastus.
rune
That's a
lord.
different
Is
one.
our rune lord.
Yeah, in a different reality, I may or may not have been called the Scribbler. So,
That was not Elastus. That was Lamashtu.
Are you telling
Crap.
me? Are you telling me, Jessup, that people?
how
used to-
hammered is Jessup?
Yes,
Obviously.
Yeah, they used to call you Father Jessup. You were
Uh,
responsible for a community.
Well, kinda, sorta. So, my Father Nolan, my Father
Father,
Nolan,
no. Yes, I'm aware.
was I tried to follow under his steps and at his feet, and just kind of didn't work out. The click thing really wasn't for me, and kind of just spent some time, figuring out what I wanted to do, and took up the ways of being a ranger to help those in need, and kind of went the bardic path.
I can tell you haven't lost a rascal sense of community. Even if it's not one, I can see you care about the people here in Long Shadow, and all across near Mathis, it seems.
So kind of follow Desna at this point in time, but
Oh,
kind of more loosey goosey.
a traveler.
Well, that's what I did. A lot of time traveled pretty much all around Nemathas, looking for people, trying to recruit some great prospects into the ranges, and
Who was your greatest recruit? What was the best person you ever recruited into the Rangers?
well, probably Cobb.
Who? Cobb?
Hmm?
I thought you said God. And I was like,
Oh,
you recruited
oh, you know.
God?
You
Oh, you know.
You
God.
didn't know.
Oh yeah, knowledge religion on
Chris?
That
God.
was religion for God.
God.
No, Cobb.
Cobb.
Have we met Cobb? Did he come here or not? I can't remember.
You yeah, you met Cobb. He was in Fort Trevelle. He's like
Yeah.
He's running
practically-
toward Trevale
Yeah,
at the
he's
moment.
practically the de facto leader of the Rangers. He's not like a warden or anything because there are none left really, but he's basically the leader of the Rangers.
There are no wardens left? That's
Well, no, because they're pretty much all dead.
Oh.
And so is Sarah.
Oh. That's crazy. I didn't realize that. Story
Yeah,
beats
the
that.
Rangers got really wiped.
They got wrecked.
Like
Yeah, they did.
they're not in a good spot.
So that was he was the one that we I thought I recognized, with those doppelgangers, but it wasn't him. It was just some other random ranger guy.
I think I met Cobb once. He did seem like a fine gentleman.
Yeah, it's probably I guess if you want to call it my greatest recruit. Probably sounds morbid, but probably one of my only surviving recruits really at this point.
No, didn't mean to touch this sort of subject, but I'm sure Cobb will become a great warden someday, or something greater.
Yeah, I mean, Rangers come in all shapes and sizes and different
Well, you
beliefs.
certainly have proven that.
Wow. Wow.
Hursk definitely splurts beer out of that.
I mean, I just want that meme. Emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
Please insert here. I think Jessup took like emotional drain, if that's a thing.
More charisma
Jesus.
damage from it.
Gideon
You
puts
guys are
his
just ruthless.
his arm on your shoulders, like, I'm sorry, friend. It's just,
He kind of looks at Gideon and I'm gonna need a restoration after that.
yeah, I'll buy you your next drink. I apologize. And he winks down the barmaid. Could you pour this poor man a double?
Apparently, I don't need more than one.
Thank God for inspiring courage, Hunter.
Yeah. Well, I got a lot of courage to give out apparently. So, anywho,
You're pretty good with a bow. Not too.
yeah, not too bad. I used to be better, but yeah, I tried to recruit all those. The Rangers were a little bit more open with who they recruited into their ranks, as long as really primary focus was to fight for Nemathas and against Malthun, really. So I was a little bit more picky with my recruits. I it's I don't want to make it sound terrible, but I didn't really want to recruit any crazy sociopaths that would kind of go in, charge first, and put others in dangers, because usually the Rangers worked in a core unit, so you need to be able to trust those around you. So those I recruited were those that I would say that if I had to be paired up with them, I would be honored to do so.
I know a thing or two about trust. That's what it takes to be a soldier. Foundation of any good community, foundation of a good soldier. I was taught that by the Knights of Ozum, the commanding officer at the time. He used to always say that. Trust makes a good soldier. He'd always repeat it.
Well, it's getting late. I should probably head back home. It's been fun being roasted by you fine gentlemen.
Anytime. Next time, bring your son. We can roast him as well.
And next
Hursk,
time,
he looks just
Hursk.
like you.
Hursk, next time,
Yes.
we learned something new about you. We learned about Jessup. He was a cleric. He was a cleric of Rastal. I know Rastal. I like him.
How drunk is Gideon?
We'll learn about you next time.
Yeah, well,
He's sharing secrets now. Is that what the point of this is?
Next time.
Ooh.
Next time, Gideon has no more secrets for today.
kind of looks at Kieran. You may have to help him back to the mayor's place.
He kind of looks at Jessup and he's like, I think he's only had one drink.
Don't worry, I will not falter!
I can just picture the chair tipping back.
As he falls. Yeah.
I think he got the
Okay.
stiff stuff.
All right.
He
so
lost
you guys...
he lost count of his drinks and went a little over than he meant to.
Yep. So you guys head back to your individual rooms again, and so Jessup and Hursk go into the homestead, and Kieran is staying with the mayor, and Gideon is staying with the mayor again. Okay.
Yeah, Kieran will help Gideon home. Walk him
Right.
back to
Yep.
the mayor's so he doesn't get lost or get himself in trouble.
Aw,
I think
thank you, Kieran. You're
think Jessup
a
would,
good man.
I guess I'm assuming Hursk would come back. I don't know if he went back with Jessup when he left or not, but try to do the same thing we would do if he's good with it. Just one of us stay awake, the other one fall asleep, just in case.
Yep.
Colonel's for the Colonel's
Jessup's
God.
pumpkin farm pants optional. Hey,
Wait a minute, we got a lot of great ideas for today's episode title. Jessup's Pumpkin Farm. Pants
It's
optional.
optional.
Colonel's for the Colonel God.
no shoes, no shirt. You're welcome.
Okay. So yeah, you guys all head to sleep for that night, knowing that you only have that one day remaining. And during this night, I would like Gideon and Hursk to roll will save.
Oh, it happens! Oh man, I hope I fail. I really hope I fail. Is this bad? Can I just
Oh, come on!
can I just willingly fail the ability? Is
Well,
that
the
possible?
first save is at a -10 penalty, so it's
Oh,
a
okay,
harder.
perfect.
Oh yeah, okay, we're
Yeah.
good. We're
Okay,
chilling.
great,
We're chilling.
great.
Yeah.
That's something
Yes!
you're excited about.
I know, right? Like,
Woo!
we'll damage, but we're excited
Exactly what I
about
was
it.
talking about earlier.
Emotional damage
damage.
plus
But we're-
plus mechanical fatigue.
But we want it. Yeah. But we
Yeah.
want it.
Now you can go ahead and roll another will save without the penalty.
All right, now this one we want to be good on because we still get the story, but we don't get as much back. You first, Hursk. Woo!
I hope
Okay.
to goodness that he's just trolling you guys.
So both of you will go with. I'll roll a d2, see who we go with first.
Oh boy.
1 is Gideon, 2 is Hursk. 2. Going with Hursk first. So Hursk, you're there at Jessup's homestead. You're kind of leaning against Titan there.
Pantsless.
And yep.
As one would
And
be.
you begin to doze off
Mic off.
as he takes his turn staying awake. And within a few moments, you feel a breeze. You open your eyes and you find that you're standing in the center of the vast openness that is the Nesmian Plains. You can see for miles. You are alone, except for Titan, who's there at your side as usual. But besides the two of you, there's not a soul in sight. The gentle breeze blows through your thick beard, The hot sun beats upon your brow and drives the cold of winter away. A sudden crash from behind startles you from your stupor. You hear the cries of dozens of dwarven voices and the sounds of battle. Your skin prickles, a chill runs through your veins. The sun tinges orange and then red. The wind grows harsh, and the smell of blood assaults you. You turn, unable to stop yourself, and now find that you're standing atop a small hill in the Hollow Hills. And before you, at the base of this hill, lies a caravan in ruins. Dozens of dwarves lay dead amidst great pools of blood that flow like a stream and congeal, coalesce, and begin to climb the hill and gather at your feet. You see the mark of skelt on the wagons and on the uniforms of the dwarves. You step forward through this shallow stream of blood, Titan close behind you. You feel the blood almost tug at your feet. It's like you're having to walk through mud. You reach the caravan, you see the dead bodies, you kneel beside one, and as you do, it speaks. Its vacant, dead eyes don't move, it doesn't blink. But it stares, and its gaze just pierces through you, past you. But the words it speaks stick. They pierce like arrows in your chest. Traitor. You open your mouth to speak, you try to defend yourself, you say it was a mistake, you didn't know. The wind gusts around you, the blood crawls up your legs. You gasp and shield your eyes from all the debris that's flying around in the wind, but then it all stops. You open your eyes, you stand in a large courtroom. Shadowed figures sit behind raised platforms, behind great iron desks, and they scowl at you. Their contempt is palpable. You feel your arms and legs go numb, yet you do not fall due to the chains on your wrists that hold you aloft. Titan, still at your side. A large hammer wielded by one of the shadowed figures smashes into the desk in front of him. A single word rings out. It echoes in the chamber. Then again, now spoken with multiple voices, it echoes louder until a cacophonous choir resounds and threatens to split your ears with a single word. Guilty! Dozens of hands made of black shadow rise up from the floor around you. They grasp your arms, your legs, your shoulders. They grasp Titan. They squeeze tight around you. They pull you to the ground. You struggle to no avail. One hand rises above the others with a sharp knife in its grip. You see your eyes frantically going back and forth. You see Titan, these arms begin to rip his legs right from his body, tearing him apart. You see this hand that has risen above the others with the knife. It slowly descends towards your face. You try to close your eyes, but the hands peel back your eyelids and force you to watch. You scream in anguish as this knife begins to touch your cheek and cut, but not into your flesh, but at your beard, shaving it, rending it, ripping it from your skin. And just as the final hair snaps, everything goes black, and you wake up. You take...
Oh my goodness. That was well written, Jason.
You take 7 points of damage.
Ah.
You succeeded on the consecutive rolls, so you do not take any charisma damage.
Okay, question. Am I recalling from when we first met Hursk, did you say that his beard was shorter?
Yes. Shorter than it should have been for a dwarf his age.
No further questions.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Guilty! From across town, Kieran wakes up screaming, "Guilty!" and has a dagger in his hand for some reason.
It's his glaive.
It's his glaive.
On to Gideon. Gideon, you close your eyes as you settle into bed, feeling optimistic about the future. And as you fall asleep, you hear the jangling, sorry. You hear the jangling of chains.
My
and
God.
you open your eyes, kind of squinting, curious what's going on, where this is coming from. You find yourself surrounded, encircled by a dozen iron gibbets that almost form prison bars around you. Each contains the emaciated body of a beaten, bloody, and dying humanoid figure. A black void stretches out infinitely beneath you, above you, to your left, your right, in all directions. Yet you and the gibbets are perfectly illuminated. A foul stench wafts from behind one of these iron cages as a hideous beast emerges. You recognize it immediately as a Barghest, but massive, hulking, even more than a greater Barghest. It grows as it circles, and just outside this ring, you see, after a turn or two, it becomes nearly 100 times your size. Like some massive deity. It glares down at you. It sneers as drool leaks from its open maw. Kill. The command rolls off its tongue like a putrid mist that envelops you, chokes you. You feel your arm rise up. In your grasp is a bent and rusty mace in the shape of a wilted rose. You step forward towards one of the gibbets, and the iron bars dissolve. Mace in hand, you pull back and prepare to swing down on the nearly dead woman now lying helpless on the black void at your feet. Her eyes plead for mercy. You summon every ounce of strength to stop yourself. But like an observer in your own body, you can't do anything. Panicked, you call out a prayer to Milani to free you of the power that controls you. The beast above howls in wretched laughter. Your meager goddess cannot save you. She couldn't even save herself. You feel a drop of liquid on your head. You look up at the beast. Between its fangs, you see the severed head of Milani herself, her blood dripping onto you. Your face goes white. You scream, and in that moment, your hand swings down with rapid force, and you feel a sickening thud and crack. The familiar sensation of striking flesh and breaking bone. The corpse of the woman lays motionless at your feet. You reach out a hand to heal her. It's not too late. But as you cast your spell, and your hands glow with radiant healing energy, suddenly bursts into a cleansing white flame. It burns your hand and arm. You recoil in confusion and look at your hand to see only skeletal bones. Your flesh burned away, just as positive energy would do to any undead. The beast chuckles. With your own hand, you murdered an innocent, a prisoner, defenseless. You monster. Tears form in your eyes as you look up at once more to curse the beast. But it is gone. Instead, you see the regal divinity of Iomedae herself descending out of the void in a brilliant beam of light. Feelings of hope and shame assail you, and you lift your voice to petition her. You try to say it wasn't you. You couldn't stop it. You're sorry. She stares at you. And just when you feel like you're about to see her face of redemption, forgiveness, her serenity twists in disgust as she turns away from you. Once more, that sickening, wretched laughter comes from behind you. You feel as if your heart could burst, the emotions well up and transform into pure physical agony. Even the Lady of Valor agrees. Irredeemable monster. You tilt your head back just as the beast's jaws surround you and snap closed. And then you wake up. You take also 7 points of damage. Both of you are fatigued. But other than that, the next morning comes. Kieran and Jessup, you would have noticed this as they were sleeping. You might have even tried to rouse them, but they were almost like in a trance, like a coma. But it seems like the effect did not last terribly long, only maybe an hour goes by and they seem to recover. They don't have that pained expression on their face, though they do still look like they've been like seen a ghost or something. And the morning comes. You are all awake. With the final day before the invasion still before you. Unsure of whether or not you had the success in delaying them, but preparing just in case that they come either at the end of the day or in the next morning. And I think that is where we will pick it up next time.
Nothing like ending on a high note.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
Those were pretty graphic, but your comment about Jessup being fat still is escaping.
Yeah, those were awful, but
Dude, that
you
was
called Jessup
hurtful.
fat. Like, come on, man.
I know. It was uncouth. To be fair, Gideon was a little tipsy at that point.
He had one whole beer. All right, like, can you blame the guy?
It was probably a light beer too.
Yeah.
Keystone Light. Not a sponsor.
On that note, however, though, anybody who's listening later, thank you so much. Anybody who decided to tune in today or tonight, whatever it is for you, awesome. Remember, you can always check us out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and wherever else you find podcasts. Thank you so much. We'll see you next week. Lead a good life. Or don't. That's your prerogative.
Sweet dreams.